This evening, I'd like to go ahead and convene the Committee of the Whole. I do expect a couple other aldermen joining us, but I'll ask for a roll call at this point.
Jacobson, Paduchin,
Here.
Lash, Snow,
Here.
Taylor,
Here.
O'Leary,
Here.
and Ray.
Present. Thank you. We will move to the considerations on the Committee of the Whole, the first of which is the popular annual financial report. And I assume City Manager Gora will call on Kathy Haley to present.
I will just give a brief overview and then turn it over to staff to give the official presentation. It's with great honor tonight that we present the Popular Annual Financial Report, or PAFR for short. This is a new concept to the City of DeKalb, but it's a concept that other municipalities have used. The purpose of it is to take the comprehensive annual financial report, the CAFR, or more commonly referred to as audit, and try to take that detailed financial information and distill it in an easy-to-understand format for the community as a whole. And with that preview, I'm now going to turn the detailed presentation over to collectively to staff. And if, as you go through, if you want to introduce yourself in the presentation.
There we are. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to talk tonight about the City of DeKalb Popular Annual Financial Report. My name is Lauren Stott. This is Finance Director Kathy Haley and Management Intern Jared Hine. The city is taking action steps to move toward increased transparency and to help residents gain a better understanding of city operations. That is why, for the first time, the DeKalb Finance Department and the City Manager's Office have compiled a document called the Popular Annual Financial Report. Communities compile PAFRs that summarize the information presented in the comprehensive annual financial report. The CAFR, as that document is called, is a look at the city's finances over the past year. The PAFR condenses that information and presents key points that tell the story of the city's fiscal condition. In this guide, you will find information on the city's economic outlook, an analysis of the city's financial position, and other items related to fiscal health. The Government Finance Officers Association considers the PAFR such an integral part of financial reporting for municipalities that it offers a yearly award to communities that create an effective PAFR. For the first time, DeKalb has been able to file an application for that award with this document. Although the full document is available here at the meeting and also on the city's website, we want to highlight a couple of key elements of this document. Kathy?
Thank you, Lauren. As Lauren stated, this is meant to be a higher level of financial information for the city. This first slide that you see up on the screen is exactly what it says. It's financial highlights. This is a direct extrapolation out of our CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. It's the very first page of the Management Discussion and Analysis, which is better known as the MD&A, and it's meant to be very high level. So as you can see, there's a small little detail on the local economy for the City of DeKalb, the net position summary overall for the City of DeKalb from fiscal 13 to fiscal 14, you can see we dropped slightly. And then that net position summary is broken into governmental activities and business type activities. Governmental activities are all funds except for water, refuse, and the airport fund. You can see the governmental activity is really the primary reason for that drop in net position. Basically, that means revenues came in a little lower than expenditures, which was expected due to the public safety building fund and the capital plan that went into that in fiscal 2014 for the police building. There's also, because the general fund is so important, a summary of the general fund, kind of revenues over expenditures. And as we had been expecting, our revenues did come in much higher than expenditures, which increased the city's fund balance up to over $5.9 million, bringing it up to over 20% of annual expenditures, which is a great step towards our financial policy fund balance goal of 25%. Then it kind of goes into general fund budget versus actual, and a little bit of the history of capital assets.
One of the components of the PAFR is a discussion of the sales tax in DeKalb. The sales tax rate for the city of DeKalb is broken up into 4 components for a total of 8%. There's the state rate, which is 5%, the county rate, which is 0.25%, the municipal retailer's occupation tax at 1%, and the city home rule rate of 1.75%. The city of DeKalb collects its sales tax revenue from these last 2 sources, municipal retailer's occupation and city home rule. The chart on the right shows the sales tax revenue collected by the city of DeKalb for the last 10 years. Since 2010, the annual sales tax revenue for the city has been consistent, remaining around $12 million. The increase which occurred, as you can see, in 2008 is due to the city raising its home rule sales tax rate from 1.25 to 1.75%.
This is an important slide for the city because it shows how the property tax funds are split between local governing bodies. As you can see by the dollar bill breakdown, the city only actually receives 8% of the property tax pot that's collected. The remaining 92% is allocated to other taxing bodies like the townships, the county, and the park district. The school district receives the largest portion of the property tax bill at 63%.
This next slide is really meant to show the comparison and the effect on the equalized assessed valuation, what it has on the property tax rate. The property tax revenue on this slide is actual dollars that we've collected. I just want to point out for 2013, keep in mind this is tax levy year 2013, our year 2014 fiscal year for the city. And it ends June 30th. So this was just a portion of the taxes collected at that time. Being a home rule community, the city collects 98 to 99% of the taxes that we levy. So this slide is really meant to show you when the equalized assessed valuation, or the EAV, starts to drop, which it really did start to drop right around 2008. With dollars holding fairly steady, it has an impact on the rate where the rate tends to go up. We have no effect on the rate, and we have no direct impact on that rate except for the dollars that we levy compared to the EAV.
This slide illustrates the general fund revenues by source. The general fund reflects the city's basic services such as public safety, transportation, and general administration. As you can see, the majority of the general fund revenue come from taxes, intergovernmental transfers such as grants and the state shared income tax, and charges for services such as fire protection and ambulance fees. This distribution of general fund revenues is pretty typical for local governments.
So then where does the money go? This is also a direct extrapolation out of the CAFR. The departments at the time that this was put into place, June 30th, 2014, you can see it's public safety, which make up police and fire. General government at that time it's at the city manager's office, finance, HR, and then community development, which is public works. Behind this slide in the actual PAFR document is a real nice presentation of each of the divisions and what their piece of this pie is on all the spending that the city does.
At the end of the PAFR, we have discussion on the city, municipal debt in general and the city of DeKalb's debt. Municipalities use a bond rating agency such as Moody's Investor Service or Standard & Poor's to determine their bond rating. A bond rating can best be thought of as a credit rating for municipalities. The higher the rating, the lower the rate a municipality pays for its issued bonds. Moody's uses the following 5 criteria when determining a municipality's bond rating: market position, financial position, debt levels, governance, and covenants. After applying these criteria, Moody's has given the City of DeKalb a bond rating of AA2, one of its highest ratings. With this rating, the City of DeKalb enjoys lower rates on new bonds or when refinancing existing debts. One of the reasons for the City of DeKalb's high bond rating is for the reasonable current level of debt. This chart illustrates the city's current total outstanding debt broken down by fund: general fund, public safety, building fund, TIF fund, water fund, and airport fund. Were the city not to issue any more debt, the total debt would be paid off by 2030.
So to wrap it up, this is the final page of the PAFR. It gives a really nice detailed information on where you can go on the city's website to find our CAFR if you want more detailed information. And there's also a direct link on this as well, along with a phone number and someone that you can call the finance department at any point in time. I want to personally thank Lauren and Jared for all their hard work and effort on this project. It really, really was a lot of time, and they did just a wonderful job in asking the right questions and gaining the information and calling other municipalities to see, what this document can look like, and I think it really turned out very well. So thank you to them.
Okay. Kathy, I'd like to compliment you and the other staff that have contributed to this report. I think for a first issue of the PAFR, I think it is an excellent representation of those important items in our comprehensive annual report and makes it presentable in a much more digestible fashion.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Yes.
Alderman O'Leary.
Where it says where our money goes, department functions, is this actual percentage where the money goes?
Yes, from ending June 30th, fiscal 2014, this is exactly where the expenditures were falling in those specific divisions. Now, we have kind of separated those, like finance is now its own department, so
Okay.
some of that has changed for this fiscal year.
Okay, so for these different pies altogether is 101%? Are we over budget or?
Yeah. I'm going to say it was probably a rounding issue with the
It was
percentages.
around, okay, because I'm like, okay, it's 101, and I kept adding, I'm like,
No,
it's still
you can only go to
101.
100, yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, it's only 100, but we're 101. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Alderman Naylor.
Along the same subject on where the money goes on the gross expenditures by function on page 15, the big pie. Public safety is 68% of the pie, community development 14%, general government 18%. Where is public works in the public safety or in the community development?
It's in community development.
Okay, so that's probably more public works than really community development as
Right.
far as size-wise.
Exactly.
So between the police and the fire, that's 68% of the budget goes to fund those two services, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I also had a question way back up on the very first, one of the very first slides, speaking with the net position, the position of the city on that'd be on page 8, where you have the fiscal condition of the city, and it's the non-concurrent, I guess basically the non-concurrent and capital assets. Just for clarification, and you got them split up: government activities, business type activities, total primary government. Could you give a little bit of example as to what's included in the business type activities versus the total government activities?
Government activities, and the net position chart includes long-term liabilities and non-current capital assets, like it says. So it's not just rolling down to fund balance, it's including our capital assets. Government activities are all funds, general government, our general fund, the TIFs, capital, everything basically except water, airport, and refuse. Airport, water, and refuse are considered business-type activities. So that's the difference between those two.
So in other words, if you were to take out the water and airport, then that's what remains, and that's what's referred to as government activities.
Correct.
Total liabilities.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
There was a third one, Kathy. Water, airport.
And refuse.
Refuse.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions, discussion? Seeing none, I'll thank you for the report.
Thank you.
And moving on to the police building, the public safety building facility construction cost. City manager?
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is an item that we had outlined to the council in the past, that we were going to come back and present the full cost. So tonight, our Director of Public Works, TJ Moore is here to outline all the costs, how much was spent going back in time as to the full history of this project, as well as all the details in your packet. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Moore.
Good evening. As you're aware, we have a brand-new and highly functioning police department at 700 West Lincoln Highway, and we're very excited about it. This is the kind of the recap of the project as it occurred. So what I'm going to be doing is kind of going through the memo. So if you have any questions or anything, feel free to kind of shout out and interrupt. So I mean, it's better to get to it when we're moving through it. Obviously, here we are in February of 2015, but in October of 2011 was when we were asked to start working on this facility. If you may recall, this is on the site of the former, there had been some homes there had been a multi-story commercial development on that site. The city had purchased this property many years ago. It had sat vacant. It was heavily wooded, but the frontage where the commercial had been and the homes was vacant and had been torn down. And the city had been exploring multiple sites to put the police station, both here on this campus right here, there, up at Dresser Road had been discussed, and there were other discussions as well, but those were the kind of the primary three places. Ultimately, the city council came to the conclusion that it would be on Lincoln Highway. Very much wanted it to be on the other side of the train tracks, and that the West Lincoln Highway site was the site that would be chosen. I'm in the memo, I go through it in kind of a very detailed linear part, talking about all of the different individual parts. As you're aware, there was a $12 million authorization, if you will, initially to start construction. That included getting an architect, as well as, you know, obviously the design of the building, and then also a builder. Brought those back to you. As far as the things that went over, that's kind of where I focused on the memo, the things that changed, or the things that were a little different. As we began through the process, and this is well into design and well even as we started even towards construction, it was determined that the police telecommunicator desks, which are very, very specifically designed for that function, in order to maintain the warranty on those, because they're a modular system that moves up and down depending on the individual person sitting there, and they do lots of very specialized things. We had initially planned that those would just be moved by movers. It was determined that in order to keep the warranty on those desks, as they're a very sophisticated system, that would not be an option for us, and that we had to move them using the company that manufactured them. That was, you know, $21,000. There was also an additional desk that was purchased at that time to fill out the room, to just make sure that we could meet the demand, at least physically, in the building. That was about, or in the room, I guess. That was about $5,000. We had another unanticipated cost, and that was moving the overhead electrical line. At the time, there were basically two items that occurred at the very onset of the project before anything else occurred, and it was moving this electrical line to make sure, well, let me just jump back here for 1 second and talk about the construction season itself. It was very, very important that this building be constructed and be under roof by the winter of 2013 if we were going to continue moving and have it open by what we'll call the late fall or early winter of 2014. So one of the things we moved very aggressively on was trying to make sure that we could minimize our costs for heating a building that was open over the winter and other things like that. There were a lot of costs that would have been incurred if we had not been able to move aggressively and get the building under roof and get it just minimally heated. So we moved the electrical line, again, just as a function of there was a overhead electrical line that kind of bifurcated the site. And then there was the tree clearing of the site. If you'll remember, it was fairly heavily forested, mostly with volunteer and scrub, but we did manage to save one oak on the site that is still there right now. Another issue that came up during construction, and this is one that was actually handled by the city attorney, much less so by me, was in order to, we didn't have enough right-of-way to put the signalization across the street. On our side of the street, everything was fine. But across the street, there wasn't enough right-of-way in order to put the traffic signals, erect the traffic signals. And there was no way to redesign the intersection. There was never going to be enough room with what was available. So we had, and Dean, to his credit, worked very, very quickly and was able to secure right-of-way from Pizza Hut through their corporate office. And we were able to then get the proper amount of right-of-way in order to put the signalization in. That was $3,000. One of the more complicated parts of the construction was the fiber optic line. I don't know if you're aware of this. The city has an incredibly high, or a lot of fiber infrastructure that exists in the city, more so than you'd find in most other places. So the city, having used fiber in almost every other instance, ran fiber optic from the city hall, where kind of the hub central service system is, to the police station. Now, we were able to use some MFT funds and some other funds in order to do that because this fiber system actually connects to our traffic signalization. So we were very fortunate there were other funds that were available so that this entire cost didn't have to be absorbed by the project. Initially, and that this was brought to the city council for approval with Thorne Electric in November of 2012. It was initially going to be $293,000. In total, it was about $299,000 attributable to the project. And stop me if I'm going into too much detail here on this. Something you will remember is the communication system was something that was brought back to council on several occasions. That was something that was very challenging pretty much the entire project. And one of the issues, and you'll remember this, is we purchased a tower. And obviously you see it when you drive by the police station right now. We purchased a used but never erected cell tower, is what that is. So that's a little bit unusual to see that size of tower at a facility like ours. But it was sitting in a yard in Georgia, and we got it for not much more than the transportation cost to bring it up here. And that was $86,000. And that entire project had only initially been budgeted at $100,000. So we were able to buy they call it a doghouse, but it's a cellular shed with 3-unit air conditioners on it. I believe we got that from Sprint, I think for $1. Of course, moving it was a little bit bigger of a challenge. But overall, that was probably one of the areas that was the most challenging, was making sure that that entire system worked. And if you recall, we took it to the P&Z and we had moved it. It was initially going to be immediately next to the building. We then kind of moved it back into the L of the building. To hide it a little bit, even though it's kind of impossible to hide something of that size, but it also makes more sense in the future if we ever wanted to expand dispatch. It's not a question of, hey, are we going to move this enormous tower, or are we going to do something that isn't necessarily the best logistically. We now have the ability to expand onto that area without having to move anything else. We also added, at the end of the project, the very end of the project, a bidirectional antenna to facilitate radio communications inside the building, which in a giant brick building or a giant block building proved to be challenging on the initial construction. in the building. Furniture was initially budgeted at $200,000. And I think, from the start, we hoped for good bids, but ultimately that wasn't the case. $200,000 was just simply inadequate to properly furnish the building. So in addition, there was about another $70,000 worth of furniture that was purchased as part of that. Document printing. I'd like to say that document printing is something that will eventually be done with, but for construction projects of this sort, we're a ways away from that for the most part. There are companies that are doing it, but right now it's something that's still challenging to do. The initial budget was $8,000 for the printing, and this is printing of many, 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 and because in your head, I'll admit, in my head, I go, printing? Really? But it's every stack of not just the drawings. I mean, the drawings are rolls that are this big. And one person, it can be challenging to carry one roll of documents. But with that document are spec books that, when put together, are about this big. So not only did we have one of those, we had to have one of those for, I think it was 25%, 50%, 75%, 100% permit, and then final. So there's a lot of paper that is ultimately recycled on those projects, but printing is something that is fairly substantial. The total cost of the police station project was $12,243,853 and some change. Overall, that represents less than a 2%. Less than a 2% over the total production of this. Hold on, let me make sure I'm saying that right.
It's just over 2.
Yeah, it's just over 2.
2.06 or
Right.
something.
The contingency was set at under 2%, at $220,000. So for a project of $5 million, and this is looking at the trades, there's generally considered to be a project of $5 million and under will have a 10% contingency. This was a project of $12 million, and we had an over budget of about $200,000. So that's actually very, very good. So I guess at this point, I'd like to kind of wrap up my little part of it by saying that right now we have one of the highest functioning, police buildings, certainly in the area, and I would say in the region. It's being used now for many different trainings, and police departments have walked through our building and looked at both the structure itself and the design, but then the value of what they're getting compared to a lot of other departments in the region. And it's something I think we can all be very, very proud of.
Thank you, Director Moore. And I'd like to acknowledge the thoroughness of the analysis of this reporting in hindsight, recognizing that we're 15 months, close to 15 months into occupancy of the building. I think the final paragraph of the staff memo is most important to me. I would express that I'm pleased to see a $12 million project come within 2% of the initial forecasted maximum payment. The financial responsibility initiative that we have in place today would give much more thorough and much more transparent and much more timely reporting of such a project as this, so there wouldn't be even that 2% surprise at the end of the project, that it would be known earlier as the project progressed. So I'm very pleased that the financial responsibility initiative we have in place today, and I realize we don't do a $12 million project every year, but were that to come to fruition at a future time, we'd have more thorough reporting in place at this point on the project.
Yes.
Other comments, Alderman O'Leary.
I have questions about the furniture. I recall in a document, I think with Dewberry, that furniture was included, so can you,
Well, furniture was included in that, for Dewberry, they were doing the design of the furniture, so they would do the layouts and all of that, and then there was a budget set for furniture. But it was something where, in looking at it, it was hoping for good bids,
okay,
in that it was not adequate to furnish the building. Or if we had furnished the building with only using that, you would have walked through and it would have been incredibly minimal.
you know what, I guess I was under the impression that, that the furniture was gonna be included, in their bid, so I didn't know it was just a design for furniture. I thought it was actual, oh, they're gonna get our furniture, that's what I thought, so. And so with the furniture, so I was like, why we spend this much in furniture when they were gonna do it? So, why didn't we take the furniture that we had in the police station with us?
All of the furniture in the police station was in the worst possible shape you could imagine. It was really, it was beyond. In some cases, and I don't even say this jokingly because it's true. As we tried to move some of the furniture out, it came apart.
Okay,
So unfortunately, it's one of those things where had we had adequate furniture in the existing facility, it's probably something where there would have been areas that could have been furnished with existing. But then again, in addition to that, in new facilities, this is something where we're going to have this furniture. It is a professional grade furniture. It's going to last much, much longer and have finishes that last much, much longer in a very professional environment.
okay, I got one more question. I'm looking here, it says the administration tow revenue. When we went through the design, that wasn't a part. We didn't have the administration tow then, so
No.
when did that become a part of, this document?
It was used during construction. I don't remember exactly the time frame where administrative tow was created.
I remember when it was created, but I was not aware that the administration tow was going to pay for the police station. Or any part of it. I wasn't aware. That's why I was like, I wasn't aware. I don't recall it coming before us. I just don't recall.
Right, well, it did come to you afterwards, so it has since been brought to you, and it was back some months ago it was brought in.
And
Those were purchases that
If I
were
could
made.
jump at this time, Alderman O'Leary, moving forward, I think, and it's highlighted in the memo, the admin tow fund now goes into the general fund, so it's not specifically allocated for something, so some of these funds were utilized for the police station, but moving forward, any particular expenditures have to be called out, particularly in the budget. So, and then secondly, I want to go back to your other question on the furniture. I wanted you and the council and the community to know, rest assured that what has been able to be used, we've used in City Hall as we've relocated staff over from the annex across the street as we move people around. So some of the furniture that was used previously in the police station is currently being used downstairs. I can't tell you which furniture because I wasn't here when
Right.
that happened, but if there's any furniture we could reuse, we have reused it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, for example, the conference room that's now downstairs, it's the same conference table that had been bought in, a few years prior, so that was still good and is now used by community development.
Other discussion, Alderman Naylor.
Yes, a couple questions, I guess, here, and comments as well. But, out of all these changes, these numbers in here, I'm remembering back, but the only one that I can remember that came before council that I would say is a legitimate additional cost was dealing with that intersection improvement out there, that we were made aware of that at the time that was being bid. But so many of these other things, as far as cost associated with them, even though they might have been discussed with us and we approved that antenna, but at the time, I don't believe we were informed that was going to be above and beyond the gross maximum price. And I guess I was wondering how many of these items, issues was the council made aware of? And I guess the big question is how is it that, since we had a gross maximum price type of an agreement, that some of these costs are not a part of that agreement? And how how are we determining really whose cost is whose cost in this project? Because, when we started out, it was a $12 million project, and I thought everybody understood that's what it was. I, at the time, probably wasn't necessarily in favor of that, but that's what the council ultimately elected to go with, is a $12 million project based upon, I don't know how many estimates leading up to that point, and that we were assured that at that time that we had more than adequate funds to build that size of a facility, which is whatever it is, 34,500 square feet, something like that, basically without any problem, even though it might be a little tight, I think we were told. But then, as you recall, I think, during the course of time and after we entered into this process, we started seeing changes in the building from what at least I, as well as several other council members at the time, envisioned were going to be there and weren't there, and such things as the basement, the total number, I believe, of stalls for the police vehicles. I think there was that the shooting range was being considered as a very high possibility of being included in there, and various things that have come along throughout that course of the process of sort of designing the building after the fact and coming up with the numbers, in which likewise I think is a lesson learned for public entities here, that still I believe that this type of a process in constructing a public building, public facility, is not the appropriate way when you set a max number out there when you don't have all of the true cost associated with it, as similarly like you would have basically if you'd gone the conventional construction contractor route versus the PM and this type of guaranteed maximum price. But I mean, I think some of these costs are not necessarily the responsibility of the city. I can sort out a few of them. Some of these costs you allude to as some of the site preparation. That's a very typical thing of clearing the site. That's a part of the construction cost of the total cost. So I don't see why that's being considered as something additional. Utility relocations, likewise. That's, if I recall, in the original estimate, there was some funding for utility relocations, which was pointed out, by our consultants that we utilized at that time to prepare some of these numbers. So, I don't know. Has all of the project been, I guess a follow-up question, has all of the project documentation, closeout, and all that been consummated at this time, or are there still issues out there with the contractor? Is everything all fully, totally closed out?
No, it is all closed out, and I'll let Kathy reiterate on that.
And we have lien waivers for everything?
We do. We are, is this on?
Yeah.
We're in, working with Irving Construction to just wrap up the final lien waiver. We do have a preliminary final lien waiver. It has been
Kathy,
completed.
could you come to the podium, or
I don't think that
if we could get
microphone
that mic active?
didn't work.
Thank you.
Sorry. It was completed through the fiscal year 2014 budget. The auditors went through all of the project, and we capitalized the public safety building, so there's nothing remaining that's left for fiscal 15. We do have a preliminary final lien waiver. We are just working with Irving Construction to make sure it ticks and ties with all the work that we've done and put into this. My assistant finance director and myself just wanted to make sure we understood all these numbers, so it took us some time, not having been here for the project, to go through it all. So.
And have all these costs, these over costs, all been paid out?
Yes.
It all has been paid out. All right, thank you.
Kathy, my understanding is the spreadsheet that we see presented this evening has invoice detail tied behind each line item on the spreadsheet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And if I may throw out, sorry. Some of these items were performed even before we had agreements either with Irving or with Dewberry. And for example, the electrical line relocation. We did that initially before anything was set in place.
But I guess that would have been a deduct from the beginning then of whatever negotiations you did with the project manager. I would assume that would have been deducted out, that, oops, now we only have 11 million, $933 or whatever it is to work with on it, so. I mean,
The pricing structure that the city council ultimately approved with the construction manager contemplated that the city had already performed some of those duties, and it also contemplated that prospectively the city was going to be responsible for performing some of those duties. It contemplated, for example, that the city's responsibility was to do the intersection improvement rather than the construction manager. It contemplated that the city was responsible for the antenna system rather than the construction manager. So your pricing structure did take some of those aspects out of the construction manager's purview. It eliminated the construction manager from having any profit or any overhead on those items that were self-performed by the city. And it also called out estimates of what those project costs were anticipated to be for the city components. You might note that the issues that we're talking about are frequently areas where these were items that were performed by the city. With regard to the earlier question about furniture, as Director Moorhead indicated, there was a architect fee for design of furniture, but then the project budget also contemplated a total expenditure for purchase of furniture of approximately $200,000, and I think it might have been exactly $200,000. As the police department moved into the building and started attempting to use it, it was found that, as the memo indicates, and as the chief has alluded to previously, there were a number of areas where there were significant deficits in rooms that didn't have furnishings, or in inadequate file systems, or the evidence, the filing system for the evidence was incomplete, and areas where they found, just by virtue of living in the building, that what the city got for the $200,000 that was budgeted was not determined to be adequate to support city functions in the building, and additional funds were spent. As the memo indicates at the very end, and as the mayor indicated, with the different way that administrative tow or other similar funds are being handled now, the expenditures that, some of the expenditures that occurred here that weren't presented to city council in advance would not be able to recur. If this project was done today, it would be handled in a different fashion. And expenditures would require the advance approval that I think the council is expecting should have happened in this instance in some areas. One final point to Alderman Jacobson's question on lien waivers. At the outset of this project, the city elected to process our payments through Chicago Title, and we use them as our escrow agent for all of our payouts. So we do have very excellent complete lien waivers for every payment that has been spent.
But the payments that went through Chicago Title were somewhat less than the total $12,243,000, correct?
They would not include some of the aspects of the project that the city either purchased directly or completed itself, yes.
Okay. Alderman Naylor.
Yes, follow-up question, Dean. So do we have some type of a cost accounting system that we know what the project manager was responsible for, what his total number was? If not $12 million, if I recall, but I don't recall exactly what it was that he's working with them.
In the original contract with the construction manager, it has a breakout, and I believe there is one amendment to that contract that came before City Council as well. But it breaks out a number of these items and says, for example, intersection costs or responsibility of the city are not subject to any construction manager markup or overhead, and are estimated to be X number of dollars, which comes out of the 12 million and reduces the amount available for the balance of the project to some lesser figure.
I guess that's my question. I know there was that estimate.
All of the aspects of work that were within the guaranteed maximum price as contemplated by the city's agreement with Irving were completed within the guaranteed maximum price.
So within the PM's responsibility contract, none of these overages are as a result of any of that work or items.
Right. Anything within the construction manager's contract that went over an estimate would have been included in the contingency, as Director Moore pointed out, the relatively minimal contingency, but was accounted for within the project's original budget.
So I guess, are those numbers available? Could we have a summary of that type
Yeah,
of
I think it's even mostly in
Is that
here.
on there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Which page?
page 28 of Exhibit C2. And also Chicago title payments are listed on page 34, 9,000,004 were Chicago title payments on the project. Alderman Jacobson.
I would like to make a quick comment based on something Ron said. He said that using a guaranteed maximum might not have been the way to go. Now looking at it in hindsight and watching how things were spent, and we ate up all our contingency, we ate up well over budget, $200,000, even if it's a couple of percentage points. And that was with, as you mentioned, massive cuts. I mean, we lost the basement, we lost any chance at the shooting range, firing range, we lost our terrazzo tile, we lost all of the, or most of the building upgraded facade features that we wanted. We lost a lot of those things. We were able to cut the radio tower down significantly from what we thought. So that additional there was eaten up. All those things, I mean, this building would have mushroomed to a $16 or $18 million project had we built based on square foot and certified exactly what we wanted with all those things. So I think it was, again, now seeing it at the end of the project, when it's built, when it's up, it's imperative that we do it based on these guaranteed maximum prices. I can only imagine what we'd be looking at. Again, $4, $5, $6 million in cost overruns to get the building that we originally were promised, and now certainly have a scaled down version of. So I would say in the future going forward, it's the only way we should be doing buildings, even to keep us on budget at this one. Certainly didn't work at the 12 million that we had hoped we'd hit. And it's the only way, as far as I'm concerned, we should be building going forward.
Alderman Naylor.
I guess I'd take point with that. In the conventional way, you know your numbers up front, and you know what you're getting for those numbers, and then you can make your decisions and cutting and additions at that time. And yes, you may exceed the money that you have allocated for that project, but at least it would be a decision of the elected officials at that point in time, and not beyond your decision making. So I still would stand for the conventional method of construction of complete design and estimating and actually but taking bids so that you know what you're getting and what the price is, and then if that is over, you make that decision at that time. Thanks.
Alderman Baker.
Well, there's one number that's surprising to me, and that's the architectural fee. Seems a few $100,000 higher than I remember. Is there any current staff that were around that remember that debate?
No, that was the amount that was contracted.
It indicates $500 over guaranteed maximum, Dave.
Yeah, because even at the time, well, you've always had concerns about the cost of architectural, but it was, you know, the $821,000. That's always been the amount for architectural.
I thought it was dropped down to $798. I've been looking for my paperwork. I just couldn't find it, but I thought it was dropped down to $798.
Okay, I'd like to express thanks for the summary we've received this evening. As I say, I'm pleased to see the procedures in place, the changes in those procedures that assure more transparency and control on a project like this going forward. And I think that's the important thing for us to receive this evening. Not seeing other discussion from council. Thank you for the report. And if there are further questions, you can certainly direct those to Director Haley or Director Moore.
Can I maybe ask one
Alderman
question?
Mayor.
Sorry, just looking here at that page 28 that you referred me to, but I guess that sets forth the construction manager's total fee that they received. But what was the total budget number that they had to work within, including their own fee and whatever other fees?
$972,500.
And where
It's
do
on
you-
the front spreadsheet,
and
page
where do you
24.
have that at? On 24? I guess I didn't read it that way.
The guaranteed maximum price was $972,500. Payout was $978,519 for an overage of $6,019.
Alderman Naylor, to your question, going to February 9 of 2013, the GMP proposal from the construction manager that was ultimately adopted by the city, I believe it identified a total GMP for the building itself, for the work within the construction manager's purview of $9.8 million, $9,832,618. That contemplated non-building costs of $2.1 million. And within that, there's further breakdown for the transmitter tower, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, fiber optic supply, installation and wiring, phone system, computer system, and trade allowances.
And what page is that on?
I'm not certain that
It's in
that's,
the agenda.
I'm not certain that's in the, that the GMP proposal isn't in the backup. But those are the items that are excluded out from the GMP. I'm just looking back at the GMP proposal that we had from 2013 to address your question.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to our third item of discussion this evening, Chapter 23, Unified Development Ordinance, Article 7, Supplemental District Regulations. City Manager.
Sure, thank you. This is, as you may recall, there were 4 UDO items that were recommendations that had gone to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Per the direction from the council, we are breaking those down into up to a maximum of 4 meetings. If we can pair some of those items together, we will. But this is the first of the presentations. Our goal will be to bring the discussion to you at a committee of the whole meeting and then get your feedback. And then if you want to move forward, then we would bring first reading at the next meeting and second reading at the subsequent meeting. With that, I will turn it over to Principal Planner Derek Hyland.
Thank you, Manager Gora. As the city manager indicated, before you this evening for your review and consideration is probably the most intensive out of the 4 ordinances to be brought back before you regarding Article 7, which is the supplemental district regulation. So when we attempted to do these updates to these 4 sections of our code, the one that had the most changes again is Article 7. And we looked at areas of the code that could be addressed either by adding new sections of the code to embrace new technology, which you'll see when we discuss solar energy systems, or you'll see situations where it clarifies responsibilities or codifies current practices. So for your consideration tonight is an update to 6 sections of Article 7. 7.07, home occupations. That breaks down and amends and appends the restrictions for home occupations. 7.08, antennae and satellite dish regulations or wireless communications section. In there, there's amendments regarding color, height, and the requirements as part of a special use permit application. 7.12, traffic access and impact studies. That clarifies Plan Commission to Planning and Zoning Commission. And the code goes on to Article 7.16, solar energy systems. The Environmental Commission recommended to the Planning and Zoning Commission adding this particular chapter or article of the code to embrace solar energy systems like we did a few years back with wind energy. 7.17, retail sale of tobacco and related products. This was a direction of the council to take it to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Their recommendation, I should point out to you for consideration, is greater than what was agreed to or what is being proposed for the 200-foot setback, consistent with the licensure that was discussed at the last meeting. So the consideration, I believe, should reflect previous discussions and decisions by the council. The last 2, 7.18, medical cannabis. That would embrace most of what the state statute has on not only dispensaries, but cultivation centers. And the last being 7.19, retail sale of firearms. And within there, it talks about prohibition on home occupations. There's discussion on, I believe, firing ranges. So before you this evening is those 6 or 7 amendments to Article 7 Supplementary District Regulations.
Derek, are the zoning map and the dispensaries and cultivation center maps relevant to this discussion tonight?
It certainly is. One of the requests was to ensure that as part of the discussion tonight is the current zoning map for the city of DeKalb. The zoning map perhaps isn't germane to tonight's discussion beyond an understanding of what roadways we're talking about. When you look at the other 2 maps I've provided that start with a 500-foot buffer up to, on the second map, a 2,500-foot buffer. One's labeled dispensaries and the other's labeled cultivation centers. I think those start narrowing down, I believe it was one of the meetings, where a dispensary or where a retail tobacco license could locate. So I guess the key to remember with these colored maps is for a particular piece of property, these are the buffers that are established based on not only zoning, but also residential land uses. So you'll see the most permissive at 500. Perhaps for the next meeting, I can find one that would have, or create one that would be 200 feet to show you what that looks like. But unfortunately, I didn't have the time to get that before you tonight.
Okay, and I think I'm finally getting in my head an understanding of what's in front of us. So the 2,500-foot buffer, the dark blue line that's outlined on this map
That's
is
right.
most restrictive
That's right.
in terms of available space. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That
Because
there's only a small portion within city limits that's acceptable for cultivation centers.
when you look
And
at
then as
the,
we move down, 2250, 2017-50, that restriction gets less and less,
that's right,
which means there's more permissive locations.
correct.
And likewise on the dispensaries.
Right, and
Okay.
and you'll find a similar conversation, I think, happened at the last meeting and discussion regarding setbacks from one retail tobacco establishment to another.
Yes.
The smaller that buffer is, the more likely you'll have opportunities to have one closer in proximity to another.
Okay.
This was just run with schools, correct? This wasn't with the parks, daycares, all the other stuff that's being proposed in here?
Parks generally exist in the residential zoning. Schools would fall under the daycare category, so the residential zoning encompasses quite a bit of land uses, and then schools adding to that as well. So it attempts to give you some graphic depiction of the setbacks.
Alderman Fanouken?
Are we looking at having the same footprint restrictions for both the dispensaries, cultivation, and tobacco outlets? Or are we looking at doing things, I mean, last week we talked about 200 feet for the tobacco outlets, but we're not looking at that limited setback for marijuana, are we?
That would be up to your discretion as a council. That is not consistent with what the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission moved forward. So in the staff report, it discusses the recent action regarding retail tobacco. I would support and recommend to you that it be consistent with, retail tobacco be consistent with your licensure for retail tobacco licenses.
Correct.
The medical cannabis, however, the Planning and Zoning Commission are consistent with state statute. And so I would encourage you to continue with that language, but nevertheless, it certainly is up to the council's consideration to
And I
amend that as
just
they see
wanted to
fit.
make sure, though, that there was clarification that they're actually separate items to
Yeah,
tobacco versus the medical marijuana.
To put numbers on that, what the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended for tobacco was a 1,000-foot setback. Based on the city council's action on licensure, the staff recommendation would be to make your zoning consistent with licensure, and if the council ultimately approves 200 feet for tobacco, we would recommend having 200 feet be the setback for zoning as well, for tobacco.
Okay.
For medical cannabis dispensaries, the Plan Commission recommendation and staff recommendation is a 1,000-foot setback, and for the cultivation centers, 2,500-foot setback.
All right, thank you.
And those do mirror state statutes, both of those, correct? Those
Yes,
aren't above
and they
beyond.
mirror the practice of just about every community that we're able to find.
The 1,000 and you said the 2,500 mirror what everyone else is doing?
Yes. For the medical cannabis, yes.
Alderwoman Lash.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions, going back to the home occupations item. I noticed, how are we defining, as far as number 9, no home occupation shall cause a substantial increase in the use of any one or more utilities so that it exceeds the average for residences in the neighborhood? How are we defining the average? Because, you know, I run a space heater and have a couple of computers, and my bill always tells me I'm slightly above the average for my neighborhood, and I'm not running an occupation. So how are we defining that?
Candidly, that's a real good question, and probably one I've never given much consideration to that, because when I have the conversation with the individual talking to community development staff or myself about running a home occupation, we go through this list and indicate, excuse me, and talk about what their business might entail. And then we go through each one and say, well, clearly you're not going to be in violation of this one, or you're not going to be in violation of this one. This one you might be, so can we talk about that? And so in each of those, no one's candidly asked the question, what is the average?
Right, and that might be something to look at, because, I mean, even as you look at how, you know, neighborhoods work, there are some neighborhoods with more working people in them and therefore less people at home during the day, so less utility usage, whereas in other neighborhoods you might have more retired people and have a higher utility usage, and so that kind of creates a little bit of a disparity in how much people can use.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
Just, I guess I would describe what the intent of a home occupation is to a particular homeowner, is that to allow you to operate your business without changing the character or the spirit of the ordinance or the intent of it being a residential neighborhood. So the examples that would be deleterious to your neighbors would be the vehicle repair out of the garage, where there's not only noise, but there's vibrations, or
Right.
vehicles stacked and queued, and certainly there's other places in the community that would embrace those types of uses. But I go back to that when I talk to home occupation, is this the right place if I think there's going to be quite a few challenges, or can we truly operate in a fashion that continues to follow these standards and criteria?
Right, and then
I'm sorry, to Planner Highland's point there, the provisions that you're referencing are in the current UDO. Those are not new changes or suggestions for staff or from the Planning and Zoning Commission. To Planner Highland's point, as we looked at the list of things that would be incompatible with home use, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended changing section 7.07.03, and the changes are shown in red line in your agenda packet for your convenience.
Yes.
To indicate that firearm retailers and dealers would not be a permitted home occupation. But the provisions you're referencing regarding utility use, anything in the ordinance that's not shown in red line, that would be in the existing UDO going back to likely 2007.
Okay.
Alderman, I'm sorry.
I did have one more question, as long as we're looking at this, and I understand this is probably part of the current ordinance too, but as long as we're looking at it, number 2, that no home occupation is to be conducted in a garage or other accessory structure. I understand the intent of that. They don't, want an extra building that, isn't necessarily supposed to be there. But I do also know that a lot of garages, and in fact, a selling point for a lot of garages is that there's a workshop in the back. So, maybe an artist would use that for a studio or, a woodworking shop or something like that. Is that an exception that can be made?
Having a workshop in your backyard, I don't know that would violate the home occupation. It's when you start having visitors come and purchase your wares, whatever you're buying or selling. So the home occupation will continue and say, no retail sales occur on site. All transactions occur off the premises where whatever it's being made, whether it's chairs or doll clothes or whatever the case might be. So no,
Okay.
I have a workshop in my garage.
Right. I was just thinking of the workshops that might be used for a home occupation.
As long as they adhere to the criteria there, no. If it's a noise violation, we have other portions of the municipal code or the property maintenance code that we would go out and test the decibel level, or there's other facets that come into it if they're
Okay.
not selling on the property.
Thank you.
Alderman Jacobson.
I see we're already at 10 after. I have several comments. I see Ron has his hand up. I'd ask that we move this to the next cow to discuss, so we can continue to have this discussion before making any, or acting upon it all tonight.
Okay.
Is that a motion?
I don't think we can motion in cow, can we?
If that's what your direction is, we certainly can do that. We would continue to encourage the council to look at considering other ways of expediting your review of this, particularly in light of the fact that the state has started to issue licenses for medical cannabis. So if it's the pleasure of the council to bring this back to the next cow, we can do that. If it's the pleasure of the council to bring it back to a city council meeting to allow discussion at that forum, we can do that, but it's up to the council.
I think I'd suggest bring it back to a cow at the next.
So we were just getting into it 5 minutes,
Right.
5 minutes
Yeah.
before the hour.
Alderman Naylor.
Well, I guess I
Did you-
was going to concur with that, but if we may, before I, while we're on that subject of home occupations, that's section 707.03, you're adding firearm retailers, firearm dealers, and other similar uses to a paragraph that, talks about the carpentry work, the painting of vehicles, appliance, yard sales, and all. Why is cannabis and that not being added to this section similarly?
They would be excluded based on the geographic limitations. You couldn't have a home-based business if you're prohibited from having the business within 1,000 feet of residence.
Well,
Okay. They can't fit within this. They have to be out.
there could be a house somewhere off in the very remote corner of the area that is permissible, right?
We could certainly look at adding that if that'd be the council's direction.
I guess it's not really that important anyway. From what I read in the paper the other day, there's no applicants from DeKalb County for either of those types of uses anyway. So
Okay.
at this point in time, anyway, I concur.
Indeed.
Okay. At this point, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn the cow meeting.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carry. We'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene at 6:15. 3-minute break, I'm sorry. ask for a roll call, please.
Jacobson. Fanouken.
Here.
Lash.
Here.
Snow.
Here.
Naylor.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
O'Leary.
Here.
Ray.
Here.
8 present, 7.
Thank you.
7 present.
Let me call Officer Sullivan forward to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. Thank you. Okay, moving to additions, deletions from the agenda. I would like to remove items under E, mayoral appointments. I'd like to remove item E and F, and I'll bring those back for subsequent action. But if we could remove items 3E, 3E, and F from tonight's agenda. The other thing, I've had a request to move item G5, consideration of the retention incentive request by Bemis Toyota, up to the front of the G item. So I'll deal with that as the first item under G. Are there other additions or deletions or changes to agenda? Hearing none, I'll ask for the agenda as amended to be approved.
So moved.
Moved, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried. We have no public hearing this evening. I'll move to special items and presentation of citizen comments. We do have 4 appointments that I'm presenting in front of council this evening. Appointment of Nancy Prosel to Citizens Environmental Commission from February 9, 2015 through June 30th, 2017. Reappointment of Virginia Cassidy to the DeKalb Public Library Board from June 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2017. Reappointment of Wendell Johnson to the DeKalb Library Board for that same term, June 1, 14 through June 30th, 17. And reappointment of Janice Kurtz to the DeKalb Public Library Board for that same term.
Move to approve all 4.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried. We have before us the, citizen comments is the next item. I have Bessie Chronopoulos. If you could come to the podium, please.
Good evening. Aren't you glad you're not in Boston?
Yes.
There you go. I have just a couple of items that I've been concerned about for a while. One is in regards to the city clerk position. And also I've given a copy of this to the city clerk and also to the mayor, so you can distribute it if you want to look at it. The public voted on this issue in 2012 in the form of a referendum, and resoundingly, about 70%, showed support for maintaining this office as an at-large elected position. When Liz Peerboom won the election in 2013, again, the public displayed a great deal of interest in this position, partly because of Liz's abilities, partly because they wanted an at-large elected official involved in their municipality's affairs, an elected watchdog. Perhaps if there had been a full-time elected city clerk in place, the building inspection ordinance problems could have been brought forth, avoiding the current issues, another set of eyes bringing matters to attention. The actions of the past 2 administrations have ignored the will of the people. This really is bothersome to me. Slashing the clerk budget, lack of proper available facilities for the office, profound disregard for the protecting the public mandate. It will take some time, but this must change. Another issue is South Fourth. Delighted to see that there's some progress being made on the Pertanos issue. That area, South 4th Street, is an area that there's a vision for an area that has a lot of potential. There have been some missed opportunities in the past. Efforts already have been made and should be revisited. Efforts like connecting and involving some of the stakeholders and information sources, such as the people who own Twins, Lip and Egg, State Farm, Lehan's, the Park District, the School District, the Economic Development Commission, Plan Commission. All of these are elements that can be taken into consideration as the council evolves some visioning for that area. An active participation of elected officials, I might add, would be also an added element to that. This is one of the gateway areas in our city and has been sadly neglected. The potential to develop this into a family-oriented entertainment service area is endless. It is unique. Studies and ideas have already been started. Find them, update as needed, involve the above-mentioned sources, and push the process. Another issue which just recently came to light, again, lowering the bar entry age. Please say it isn't so. The resources that would be expended by our police department and business owners to implement such a venture far outweigh any benefits of this method of socializing. There are a multitude of issues for which our NIU students' talents and energies can be tapped rather than advocating for this method of socializing. And if I have enough time, I promised myself that I would ask this. When I went to landlord school on behalf of our church, we owned some property next to our church. I could not help but notice as I looked down into the foyer entryway into our brand new police station that there's a huge crack. At some point in time, I'd like to know why there's a big, huge crack in a brand new building. So take care, work hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Bessie. Moving to consent agenda. You have the consent agenda presented this evening. Is there a motion? Are there any items to be removed?
Yes, I would like F1.
F1. The entire set of minutes?
Yes.
Okay. So F1 we will remove. Is there a motion to approve the remainder of consent agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll ask for a roll call.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Lash,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Gray.
Yes.
8 aye.
Thank you. Moving to item F1 then, approval of city council minutes, and these are minutes of January 12th, 2015, Committee of the Whole. Council minutes, January 12th, 2015, and then Committee of the Whole and council minutes of January 26th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Yes,
Alderman O'Leary.
As I was reading through the minutes, I kept reading alderwoman, but when we had the gender neutral topic come up, it failed for a lack of support. And so since it has failed, why are we being called alderwoman when we were elected as aldermen?
If you're looking towards staff for an explanation, it's in reference to, I think, how Mayor Ray refers to Alderwoman Lash, and then I know you're referred to as Alderman O'Leary because of that discussion. I'm guessing that that's how it's been represented in the minutes.
Well, since we took a vote on it and it failed, so are we going to put something in effect that's failed? We were elected as aldermen. We didn't change it.
I will.
So this is not an offense to anyone. I'm just reading through it and.
Sure. Alderman O'Leary, I think City Manager Gore is representing accurately. It's my reference to those roles. And I have done that just in respect to Alderwoman Lash's preference that has been expressed to me personally. I'll be glad to correct that and go by the direction of council using the label alderman in the future. We have a motion before us and a second. Roll call.
Lash,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8-eyed.
Very perceptive, Marcia. Thank you.
And if I could state, my actual preference is for us all to be alderperson. Past that, I don't care.
Thank you.
If it can't be gender neutral, then.
Moving on to, as we modified, I'm going to deal with what was published as G5 first. Consideration of a retention incentive request by Bemis Toyota in the amount not to exceed $650,000. City Manager Gora.
Thank you very much, Mayor Ray. Tonight, we have a request to be able, for the city to provide assistance to an existing business that is looking to do an expansion in the city to be able to add more onto their dealership. Economic Development Coordinator Jennifer Diedrich is going to go into the details, and then I know we have a representative from Bemis Auto here tonight to address this issue and answer questions as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, in late 2014, Bemis Toyota advised the city that Toyota Corporate had mandated approximately $2.3 million in building improvements for their property located at 1890 Sycamore Road, better known as Joyce Pontiac, or formerly known as Joyce Pontiac. These improvements need to be made by 2016 in order to continue to sell the brand. To offset the cost of the required improvements, Bemis Toyota has requested a $650,000 financial assistance from the City of DeKalb. The project, as proposed by Bemis, does not meet the city's incentive guidelines in 4 areas. First, the incentive amount requested represents approximately 28% of the total project costs versus the 20% mandated in the guidelines. The proposed term of the agreement is 10 years versus the typical 5 to 7 years. The project does not meet the incentive parameters as defined in the current guidelines, meaning it's not a performance-based project, nor is there a clawback, which would require repayment in the event of potential default. The project gap financing of the project is unknown. While the proposed project deviates from the business incentive guidelines, staff believes that the request merits consideration. This is due to the philosophy that staff believes it is more valuable to maintain the current amount of sales tax revenues generated by a high-impact business like a car dealership versus the negative effects of the general fund if the business decided to relocate altogether. Because this request deviates from the current guidelines, staff is requesting direction on whether or not the council wishes to support the project further via development agreement. Should the council agree to move forward, staff is requesting, should the council agree to move forward, staff is requesting direction to draft a standard development agreement, which includes staff recommendations as noted in the memo. Once completed, staff would return with the agreement and additional backup information, as we typically do. Ms. Bemis is here to answer any questions that you might have, so I look forward to some direction.
And I just want to add that the purpose of tonight's discussion is policy. As the current policy has been outlined, we're seeking direction as to whether the council is interested in this. We did not bring an agreement until we had this type of conversation, and part of it, quite frankly, is my newness and other newness of staff members to make sure that we're keeping with your direction. And with that, turn it over to any questions you may have.
Okay. Are there questions from council? Alderman Naylor.
Yes, I guess before at least I would consider this, I'd like to see some of the history of this facility and of this site and of the previous TIF allocations and grants and funding that took place back at the time when Joyce Pontiac came to the city of DeKalb on it, and some of the history and what is the status, I guess, of some of those old grants that were conveyed back at that time.
I can give you a little bit of history right now. I did some research, and the redevelopment of the property, it was formerly known as the Wayman site on Sycamore Road. The city entered into a development agreement with Mike Vasallo in 1995. And per that agreement, the city provided a $450,000 land write-down and a $1.7 million sales tax rebate for that project. The Joyce dealership at the time represented the auto brands Pontiac, GMC, Jeep, Eagle, and Toyota. And per the agreement, Vasallo agreed to use his best efforts to maintain the exclusive rights to sell those brands. And he also agreed to maintain at least 2 auto or truck vendor lines at the facility. The agreement did allow for sale of the dealership to another user, and the caveat being as long as the new user agreed to maintain the 2 truck lines and provide information for the sales tax rebate, that would continue. The city paid its last payout to Vasallo in 2009, so that agreement is complete.
Can we have that, I guess, you read it off, but would that be available in print for the council members on it?
Absolutely.
One of the issues is, this has been highly supported financially in the past, and I guess the question comes up, particularly spending such type of an amount of TIF funds again to sustain a business there that, some of the more historical information I'd like to see is what has been the experience of the city. I know you do keep track of some of the numbers and the benefits to the city on an estimated basis as to what a facility like that does generate in return in sales taxes, et cetera. And I guess I'd like to see some more of that detailed information before going forth as to what has historically occurred. We had, I believe, back at the time we initially approved that, like as you said, there was 3 or 4, maybe even 5 different brands of vehicles being sold out of that, which you would envision that would generate probably considerably more in sales tax and stuff like that than what the current 2 lines of vehicles are generating out there. So I think for my own personal good anyway, I'd like to see some more background information on that financial cost benefit to support any further consideration.
Alderman Snow.
First question is, do we have a copy of the mandate letter that the dealership received outlining exactly what was required?
No, we do not.
Comments are, I guess I don't like variances from our policy, and if we're going to change our policy, it needs to be changed for everyone. So I guess, initially I think a 20% limit is appropriate, and when we exceed that limit, I would only even consider it unless I saw pro forma financial statements and cash flow statements, and I have not seen any of that. And I definitely think a clawback procedure is necessary for any financial incentives that the city gives out. I think it's just an appropriate thing to do.
Okay. Alderman Lash.
Thank you. Going through why the Bemis project doesn't meet the guidelines, I've had a lot of emails from residents who use very strong language, and the language that they're using is that this seems like a threat to the city because, according to the backup, they don't have a gap in their financing. They are wanting a longer term of agreement. They're wanting more money than we normally give, and if they don't get it, then they're saying they're going to move. And that's where a lot of the I can't find the word, animosity, I guess, concern from the residents that I'm hearing from is coming from. And quite frankly, it's my concern as well. My other concern is the 10-year agreement, and we're sitting here talking about TIFs, all of our TIFs expiring soon. And this is a long agreement for money that's coming out of the TIF. When does this particular TIF expire?
This particular TIF expires in 2020, but we are allowed to maintain the TIF fund, for lack of a better term, as an escrow account. We can hold the monies, keep the TIF fund open specifically for projects that have yet to be paid out. So we're not limited at the end of the TIF district that we can't do any type of development agreements or provide any type of assistance. We're allowed to keep that TIF district open for that purpose, and once those funds are spent out, then we close it completely.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of concerns that I have with this. But the 20% and the gap financing are the two biggest ones that I have. And, going back to what Alderman Snow said, there's very few instances in which I would consider going over that 20%, and this project doesn't seem to meet those.
Okay. Alderman Baker.
Just a few thoughts going through my mind. The kind of rhetoric that went on about or just before I got elected, in 14 years ago, I think it was, with the Sawyer, is we lost the Mercedes dealership because we didn't jump up. I don't think it was really brought to the council on how creative we would have been to make sure that we didn't lose the Chevy dealership, and how many $500,000 a year or $1 million a year are we losing there. There's no doubt that there needs to be an agreement with Sycamore. There's your problem. We haven't responded to Sycamore since I suppose the Joyce Pontiac deal and the going way back to what happened with Kmart. There just needs to be a regional agreement, and in lack of having one, we need to get creative to make sure that we don't lose another dealership. If 20% is the arbitrary amount that everyone's comfortable with and they need more, then work out something on the difference. Something creative. Maybe a clawback on that. But I, for one, any established dealership, especially a car dealership, with such huge potential for sales tax for our city, just think about what we would do to try to bring a new dealer in if they weren't already here. And I have no problem with trying to get something worked out here.
Okay. One question I received, and I'd like to ask for kind of a TIF 101 understanding of a forgivable loan. Can you describe the process of how that loan works?
Okay, so how they've worked in the past is applicant borrows $100,000. I'll just give an example, $100,000. The business agrees to generate that dollar amount, the amount that it was loaned, an equal amount in sales tax revenues back to the city. If that is the case at the term of the agreement, at the expiration of the agreement, the loan is forgiven. They don't have to pay back that monies because they have already paid back via increased sales tax revenues.
Okay. And those are incremental sales tax revenues, correct?
Yes, that's how it has been done in the past.
Okay. Thank you. Other discussion, Alderman Jacobson.
I've been very critical of corporate incentives several times throughout the process here. And again, especially on 23, being that that's our prime retail corridor, it's our highest traffic corridor, it's where a business would certainly want to locate if they were coming into DeKalb. I mean, they're in a prime retail site out there. And it's because of that site, and it's because of that location that generates the sales it does, generates the traffic it does. Again, my envisioning of TIF can be transformative. TIF can come in to somewhere that, like our downtown area, and we can invest as a force multiplier to really make an impact in a neighborhood. This is our prime retail corridor. If you can't make it out there, we have other, as I mentioned before, we have other major problems that we need to start discussing. They have already, the dealership and the dealership model there has already received considerable handouts in the past and corporate welfare in the past. I had a resident call me today and said, you know, I'm a resident, I work in town, I live in town, I own a home in town, and I'm having difficulty putting the work into my house. I need a new roof and I need some new siding, and I'm having difficulty doing it. Why doesn't the city council pay me? I live here. I generate tax revenue. I'm a resident. I'm what you want in this town. Why should another corporation take that revenue out of town when I'm struggling to afford my bills? And I told her, I felt for her. I understood her, what she was saying. And again, if I realize that we have to have a discussion with Sycamore at some point, that as Alderman Baker said, they are our biggest threat regionally. But if you're looking for a purchasing hub and you're looking for our hub, DeKalb is the major metro retailer here. We are the, and especially in that area, is what's generating the people that come by here. So in terms of its prime retail, in terms that they already have a major investment in the site, I would say, in my mind, it's very similar to the Molly's deal or to some of the other, the Dunkin' Donuts deal. The site makes sense. The site generates money. The site is certainly where you want to locate. I don't believe the 650. I think one way or the other, there's a dealership in that property. Whether Bemis decides to sell it out, which I hope they don't. I'd hope they stay as part of our community, or it gets redeveloped into another very high tax producing land. That land is prime retail. We don't need to incentivize that land. If you're talking somewhere downtown, if you're talking somewhere bordering the TIF over on 4th Street, those are the areas where this money we need right now. Those are the areas where we can act as a force multiplier. I'm 23 in prime retail. I don't buy that it needs to be done.
Okay. Alderman Naylor.
Especially outside of our guidelines.
Alderman
Most
Naylor.
especially.
Well, you know, I certainly support trying to do everything we can to maintain our current auto dealers as well as all types of commercial throughout the city. However, I think there comes a time when you really do have to sit back and think through whether or not significant enhancements like this or support like this really does benefit the city as a whole. And particularly in this case, when the previous TIF funds were provided for the construction of the building and the incentive to come to DeKalb was presented to, at that time, the Joyce dealership there. So, I mean, there's already been significant funds infused into that development, and then that particular developer, I believe that was a 7-year payback or something like that time frame. Typical agreement in accordance with our guidelines on that. And the owner then sold, I think, like in the 5th year or something thereafter on it. And then we lost a couple of lines of vehicles as a result of that. But yes, we maintained a certain amount of the sales there. But like I said earlier, I think we really need to look at the benefits that have been gained to date and what we might expect going forward, and particularly the length of time that is involved in that and what the clawbacks would be. Because I think the clawbacks would probably need to be a little stronger out there. Also, I think this points up somewhat of the inequities that we do up here with regards to development, commercial development, particularly in the auto line. You know, we have a couple other auto dealers in town, and I'm certain both of them or all of them, there's several of them I know out in East Lincoln Highway, would like a large assistance as well. A couple of them we might be able to help through our TIF funds, but then the other ones that are sitting outside of our TIF district, we have very limited resources to assist them with. And you know, we get emails from some of those providers as well that we got to try and balance out for the city as to what's the best thing to do here. So I think this is a tough one myself, and for a policy decision-making here. It certainly isn't going to be made tonight, I believe, at least not from me, until we have some more information, are able to think this through a little bit, and give staff some time likewise to think it through and possibly go back and speak with Mr. Bemis on this matter.
Okay. Alderman Fanouken?
I'd like to speak in general terms first. I'm not comfortable with us going outside the established guidelines, the procedures that we've had. We've held other businesses to those standards for some period of time, both within the percentage of dollar amount of the total cost and also in the length of the term for payback. As to an agreement with Bemis in particular, I'm along the lines of Alderman Jacobson's thinking of, Route 23 being one of the prime retailers, and maybe that does not need the economic bootstraps that other areas of town do. So I certainly, before I would consider approval, certainly like a lot more information to be provided.
Okay. We do have a couple citizens wishing to speak on this topic. I'd like at this point to turn to those, and then we can entertain further discussion among council members. Mac McIntyre. And Mac, I'll put you back in the queue for G2. Sorry.
Thank you. Mac McIntyre, 118 Oak Street. I'm less concerned now than I was before the meeting began. It showed as an action item on the agenda, and it was added to the agenda on Saturday, and I think
Friday. Correct, City Manager? It was published Friday, Mac.
I got it on the RSS feed Saturday.
Okay.
So that just, when you're talking about a $650,000 public expenditure, it shouldn't be done in the minimal allowed time by the Open Meetings Act. And so I was very concerned there. You asked, Ron, for a history. I've been doing some research as well, and the $1.7 million that was given to the Joyce dealership, it seemed like there was a clawback on that money. And if I remember right, in 2012, there was even a quitclaim deed filed on the property relative to that. The incentive was tied to a car dealership staying in that location, not necessarily Joyce, but a successor. And so, although the city has closed out their payments under that TIF, it doesn't seem like that deal's done if now there's a chance that the dealership could disappear from that location. I don't have a dog in this race whatsoever, but I know another dealership had kicked around ideas for incentives to remodel their store, and they withdrew basically because they didn't really meet the if not for criteria of TIF, and that's need based. So I don't think the if not for applies here. I think it fails on that criteria, and so I'm glad to hear that there is some deliberation here. I was hoping that this would appear in committee of the whole and not an actionable item. Chris, and I don't think you would have got as many emails or they would have been as angry. But people were just concerned that this was being thrown up and either you pay the TIF piper or we lose a car dealership. And I don't think that was the intent of Bemis, but that's the perception that was created by this rush.
And I'd like to address that perception. The intent of what's before us tonight is a policy consideration. The intent would be staff would then bring back to council in first reading, subsequently in a second reading, a specific agreement that would have the terms of that policy consideration. So what's before us this evening is strictly the policy consideration.
I defer to council, but it wouldn't that also require a public hearing?
A what?
A public hearing.
I'm not sure what you'd be referring to requiring a public hearing, but to the mayor's
You've got
point.
a plan being used for TIF, and that plan is going to be changed. Your guidelines are going to be changed.
No, the TIF guidelines aren't changed. It's the incentive guidelines.
So 5 to 7 to 10 years is not a change? Above 20% is not a change?
Those aren't TIF guidelines. Those are incentive guidelines, Mac.
Okay.
But from the staff perspective, I want to echo the mayor's comments and your comments, Mr. McIntyre. Staff has, I think, been criticized in the past for not bringing issues like this to council promptly. And we were approached by a business in town that had raised concerns. We certainly, if this was something that went forward into any kind of incentive agreement, we agree with comments that have been raised and have raised many of those same questions ourselves about documenting and ensuring that, for example, if these are required improvements. But the request that's made here is outside of the parameters that we would normally operate in. So the reason this is on the agenda tonight is to get some feedback from council and see if council's direction is look outside the parameters or stay within the parameters. And as we drafted the agenda item, there is no option on here, and there's no action item before the city council that would involve the city council voting tonight to authorize an expenditure. The recommendation is to get direction from council as far as whether they wish to stay with the current parameters or change them, and then return, as the mayor said, at a future date with a negotiated development agreement that meets the policy direction from the council and incorporates clawbacks and performance measures that are commensurate with the council's recommendations. So to the extent that that wasn't understood, that certainly wasn't the staff intent. We were trying to bring this forward and have a healthy policy discussion before we went down the road of trying to negotiate an agreement.
I commend you for doing that. It was just a perception that getting it as an actionable item created. Thank you.
I think another perception I'd like to address is the fact why that came before council as a revised agenda on Friday was the fact that a principal in the transaction was not available until late Friday afternoon back in town, and it could consummate the consideration for these policy directions. So it was nothing underhanded or intentional. It was just a matter of circumstances and wanting to remain business friendly in a requested transaction and respond in a timely fashion. Thank you, Matt. Jim Mason.
Council members, mayor, city manager, everybody, Jim Mason, businessman in DeKalb. I had 5 points that I wanted to make tonight, but G5 this is very important to all of us. There's so many things going on so fast that it's hard for businessmen to have the right time, the right place, or the city council to do everything perfectly. And Mac, I appreciate what you said, and people are gun shy right now. In the past, the city council was jumping off and first reading and on these other issues. But I'll tell you, DeKalb is not what it was when I came here 50 years ago. If you have a viable business like Bemis Auto Sales, you go with your 20%, you go with whatever it takes, but you do whatever you can to have a sophisticated business like this happy to stay in your community. Now, I've never in 50 years asked for any money. I don't know as much about the car business as my other enterprises. But I would stand here before you tonight, Mr. Mayor and everybody else. You make this happen for these people. This is a great family. This is a great business. He's got 5 dealerships. He's got his daughter here running this business. and we do everything we can. Now, as far as financing is concerned, this is chump change. $600,000, $650,000, that's $175,000 a year on a 6 constant. A constant's made of the principal and the interest. The interest today, for Brian, last time I talked to him, he's paid 2.5%. This is chicken feed. When I do financing, I find the most powerful entity there is. In this case, it's the city of DeKalb. I don't know what your borrowing power is, and I don't know if it has to be in TIF. It doesn't have to be in TIF. It could be another way to finance. Is that possible, Dean? Does it have to be in TIF for you people to leverage?
There are potentially other borrowing mechanisms, but the use of TIF here allows the city to leverage that resource in a fashion that wouldn't adversely impact the general fund or other funds.
Could you think of another way to back them up?
I would defer to the finance director.
Let's give it a try. So we've lost too much. We need the sales tax revenue. We need people like this. And whatever it takes, I'd go for it. One reason I don't ask for TIF, I don't ask for that stuff, because I have to pay it back anyway. I think differently than everybody else. But TIF is there. People want to use it. This is a great project. Could you call me later? I have 4 other things I want to chat with you about later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion from council. We've heard several expressions to stay within the current guideline. I think I was hearing a majority in preference to stay within those current guidelines. City manager, do you need Alderman Baker?
Well, I think we need to be careful here. We ought to at least give them the current guidelines, but maybe when I made the suggestion, and that was based on the fact I didn't see a unanimous support in going beyond the 20%, but is there anyone else that would like to see beyond the 20% beyond something more creative, so that we don't have to redo our guidelines and make it just for auto dealers?
Alderman Lash.
Our guidelines also say that there needs to be a gap in financing. They have to show us that if the city doesn't give them money, the project cannot happen. And according to the backup, they're not showing us that either. So in my mind, without that, the above 20% is a moot point.
Well, I'll defer to the mayor we can worry about that above 20% when it comes back in a more formal form with some more options.
Okay. I was going to, do you have a comment, Alderman Snow?
Well, I was just going to say, I certainly agree with Alderwoman Lash. You know, I think the impetus is on the dealership to give us more information. We have no financial statements. We have no showing of a financial gap. We don't even know what's required because we haven't seen the mandate letter. So I see, no information to allow me to go forward with anything else.
I would concur in that statement. I mean, I think we just need more information, and
Okay.
some of that historical information, and some of the facts and figures. And
Let me clarify with City
That's
Manager
better.
Gora. I think you've heard council sentiment discussed this evening with regard to the transaction. I think I would recommend you're working with the project owner to pursue within current guidelines and then pursue alternative financing mechanisms that might be out there and available to us to meet their objectives.
I'm going to address that. That was suggested by Mr. Mason. As staff, we would not recommend that. TIF is the financing tool. With the current situation of the general fund, I mean, I can tell you the only other alternative would be to come out of the general fund as an unbudgeted item. I would not recommend it.
I
mean,
see
as staff,
Finance Director Haley nodding.
I mean, I can tell you as staff, we recommend use of TIF funds. It just has the long-term implication on the general fund where every dollar is at a premium. This business is in the TIF district. If it falls, I mean, this is why we're seeking direction from the council. If it falls within the parameters of the guideline, then it would be an allowable project per at least what the council has directed previously. So if you want to provide us with more direction, I would not recommend an alternate funding source for funding this incentive. I would recommend TIF if the council is interested in this incentive.
Okay. Alderman Baker.
Well, for clear thought for people that aren't thinking of the general fund versus the TIF is the whole community, the different taxing bodies, unless we're talking just a pure sales tax TIF. Which TIF are we looking at then? The TIF that involves the pie that the other taxing bodies are participating?
There's one fund as far as, the TIF district, yes, we're talking about the funding source, which the funding source of TIF has traditionally been the taxing districts, the property tax revenue from those taxing districts going into the TIF fund.
The central area TIF, though, there were sales tax revenues from the businesses that fell within that TIF district. Sales tax revenues, it was a sales tax TIF as well as a property tax TIF.
So there is some creativity between the two types of TIFs that we can see back. But I'd like to see a proposal back that gives us, if within the guidelines, and then if we have to go outside of the guidelines, what some choices might be.
Okay.
So that, because I think I was understanding that tonight we were talking about, are we going to go beyond the guidelines? And I was just throwing out brainstorming on how we could get there.
Okay. Do you need further direction?
I'm going to try to summarize, and then if I am inaccurate, please correct me. The direction I believe we have is to work with Bemis Auto in regards to the current guidelines, but at the same time to provide additional documentation and information for the council. We have all taken detailed notes as far as specifics as to what you're looking for. So I believe the direction of the council, the majority of the council, is to work with Bemis Auto on bringing back an agreement within the current guidelines. And then we would look at alternatives if it were to exceed the guidelines, how those would be funded.
Sounds good. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to what I'm going to go back to the previously numbered items. What originally was G1, Ordinance 2015-8, adding Section 5.16 to the municipal code relating to fire safety inspections of commercial buildings, and we're receiving this on first reading this evening. Let me ask for a motion first. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Hearing a second. Alderman O'Leary seconded. Discussion.
Mayor, if I could ask,
City Manager.
if I could ask Fire Chief Eric Hicks to give an overview, and then first, and then I would ask our City Attorney Dean Frieders to summarize some additions in addition to that second. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council staff. I'm going to give you a quick overview on what's taken place over the last 2 weeks. Immediately following last week's, or 2 weeks ago's council meeting, we set up a meeting with Focus DeKalb and met with them. I'm going to go over a quick overview of what the outline is of what we have talked about in that meeting. There will be no change in the scope, structure, or cost from what we originally talked about previously. As you'll see in the document, there's many single words that have either been eliminated or substituted. As far as tenant spaces, we're going to address each tenant space individually. The only way we would address a tenant space wholly is if the building had a incidence like multiple tenants where a fire suppression unit took care of the whole building and there was a problem with the fire suppression system, then we would identify that as a single unit. Also, for the convenience of inspections, we're going to try to schedule inspections and meet with them at one time and take care of all the inspections in that tenant space at that same time. As far as a compliance agreement, we did add an informal process. We believe most of the issues that we find can be taken care of at the informal stage. Refusal for inspection, that has been removed as part of the the ordinance formally noted that under provisions of the city code, refusal to permit an inspection may be grounds for suspension or revocation of a city-issued license. We've removed that from the document. At the suggestion of focus, the ordinance has been revised to separate out 3 parties, and those 3 parties would be 1, the owner of a given building, 2, the emergency key holder for the structure, and 3, a local representative that will allow us access for our inspection process. It was also suggested that we do a simplified annual renewal, so if nothing has changed as far as the registration, basically it will just be a verification, so there will be no paperwork, no large paperwork to fill out. We did identify the third-party inspection, and that has been clarified to constitute what would be an acceptable inspection report. The ordinance expressly notes the city may, under some circumstance, issue a citation to a tenant, and that was a suggestion of focus also. We did also update the definition of an owner. A pre-planned walkthrough shall also cover all the portions of the building that is being inspected. And then you have been provided final drafts of the inspection report and pre-plan information worksheet, which can only be changed with your guys' consent. If you have any questions for me, that is what we've came up with from our meeting with Focus.
Okay. Alderman Naylor.
Yes, in your memo, and it's on page 2, I guess, in the background part where you just were reading from. And like in section 4, there you talk about, there's some terminology down the second sentence while talking about other provisions of city code, refusal to permit any inspection may be grounds for suspension or revocation of a city-issued license. While that remains the case, other city codes, the language has been removed from this draft. And I guess sort of the question would be, why would that be removed?
There are other ordinances that we currently have, such as fire life safety, that do hold a license, and they will not be in this section at this time.
I guess to me that's sort of a little nitpicking, because what I thought we were trying to do is to take all of these various parts and pieces from the existing ordinances and put them into one common ordinance so we can see and find those things, rather than having to refer to other ordinance throughout this one particular ordinance. It just sort of seems contrary to what we're trying to do, is to simplify this process. When you really look at the entire proposal, it's all existing in the city codes currently now, with the exception that we're trying to put this into a mandatory inspection, and now it's once every 3 years, whereas all the issues that are talked about basically in this ordinance are already there under our property maintenance ordinance and some of the fire ordinances and all that there. And it seems like we just keep going backwards rather than forwards when we do stuff like that out there. I guess I don't quite understand and don't concur with doing stuff like that. I thought we were trying to put it all together in one place. The other question would be, is the definition of third-party inspections has been clarified to provide greater detail of what would constitute an acceptable inspection report. And 2 questions or comments are, first of all, what do you have to be a qualified third-party inspection person? What type of certification or qualification, professionalism, whatever it is, that would be acceptable for that? And then the other part is what would constitute an acceptable inspection report? Identical, absolutely identical, or something similar? Who would make that decision, I guess, likewise, and what is that?
I'm going to let the city attorney address your first question. I will address your second question on the inspection report. You've been given copies of the inspection report. Those issues we went through with the different stakeholders. For us to change that report, it would take your action. So you have the actual report in front of you that we're going to be doing the inspection off of.
So in other words, the third-party inspector, if she was qualified, or in our opinion qualified, would take the same identical report out there and do an identical
The third-party inspector is when we get to the stage when it's above and beyond our scope.
If I can jump in on this one, Alderman Naylor, to your question. When the ordinance talks about third-party inspections, it indicates that the inspection report has to be at least as comprehensive as the basic fire inspection and has to satisfy the applicable ISO guidelines. And it's as determined by the city. The definition of what would be a trained or credentialed third party would also be determined by the city. The ordinance formerly indicated in it that it was the determination of the fire chief. The representatives from Focus found that language objectionable. As it's drafted now, I guess presumably if somebody prepared a third-party inspection report and submitted it to the city and it was determined to not be from a credentialed person or from somebody who had proper training, or if it was inadequate or incomplete or didn't meet the ISO standards or was not as comprehensive as the city's inspection, then from the city's perspective, we would treat it as not being a third-party inspection and would proceed through the rest of the ordinance. And the owner would be able to dispute that at some point in time if they chose to do so. But the determination about whether the third party completing it is adequately trained to do so and whether the report is complete or not, at the end of the day, as the city enforces the ordinance, we'd have to make that determination and evaluate whether a property had a qualifying third party inspection or not.
Well, I know at one time there was conversation about allowing, the insurance companies that they have people that go through and do inspections. And, it's been commented to me that there's two ranges, I guess. One where, the individual just walks through the building and it's okay. And the other one is where, depending on what insurance company is out there, do a very detailed and a very fine line type of inspection. So there's a lot of variation between that type. And I was just wondering if we were going to blank accept any and all just because they have an insurance name behind them.
It does not indicate that they'd be accepted just if it's from an insurance company. And I think from the fire department's perspective, we have experience with both types of those reports. We have some third-party inspections that are being completed now that businesses are voluntarily providing copies of to the fire department. And some of them are excellent. Some of them are very detailed, are completed by persons with appropriate training. They call out and identify hazards and call for their remediation. We're also aware that there are businesses in town that have annual insurance inspections, quote unquote, that are wholly inadequate. So we have tried to incorporate standards in there indicating that they do have to be comprehensive, they do have to be in an acceptable format, and they do have to be completed by someone who has the training to be able to properly complete the inspection.
Thank you. Mayor, I just have a couple other comments and follow up on this. This whole process, I guess, and this whole issue is somewhat frustrating, not only to, I'm certain, everybody out there and staff and all that, but to myself as well, with the amount of time and effort and all of the discussion and somewhat, in my opinion, somewhat of this nitpicking back and forth on some of the terms and terminology and times and dates and all these detailed processes when it's already currently on the docket in other locations out there. And as I said earlier, other than the exception of making it a mandatory inspection on a given time period, and now, which I understand is going to be every 3 years or so, which is probably adequate. But I'm going to go back to 3 or 4 points that I made earlier that I still have a problem with, and that's from the fee standpoint. Out there, we're setting up this double standard. It's sort of just like the big issue that we talked about earlier this morning or this evening on the inequities of some of the programs that we do have here and not being able to treat everyone the same. And here again is another clear case where we're setting up another process standard, and in this process, on one hand, you do this, you pay nothing. On the other hand, you do basically the same thing, but you got to pay X amount of dollars as a fee. And as I stated before, the City Council, we've heard it again earlier this evening, that our budgets are restrained and we're tight and we don't have money, yet we're taking on another massive program. Yes, it's being done by in-house staff, but it'd be no different by any other program in the building inspection area and all that, where it's done by in-house staff. Only right now, some of those in-house staff are contracted staff on it, so the same logic exists there as what that logic is existing here. If for the firemen not doing this particular extensive amount of inspection, what would they be doing? They'd be probably doing other types of city work, necessary city work or training or whatever they would be involved with on it. And I still have that difficulty with the inspection fees being waived on this class of commercial properties out there. And just because the city is implementing a mandate, taking one step forward on making certain that our maintenance, our various codes, fire and all that are up to date and are being complied with out there. So I would still like to see some reconsideration on the fee bit. The other thing is the extent of inspections, and as you can see from the inspection sheet that is attached to it, you know, probably 90% of that is definitely fire related, which is great, which is fine, and life safety on that. But some of the issues that we deal with on a daily basis are nowhere, you know, being covered in that, and such as some of the property maintenance items. As I suggested in the last time, I thought we needed to add some of that to language there to allow for a little more thorough inspection of other areas and other things other than just all of those fire-related issues on it. Yes, it's noted on the inspection report about structural, but it's just one line, and I don't know what all that means on it. And the same thing, following up, is you probably are envisioning a lot of buildings that are like in the downtown area, but there's a ton of similar commercial industrial buildings that are standalone facilities out there, whereas a lot of the exterior amenities and requirements, how are they going to be looked at when the inspectors come with this list that is primarily, as I said, fire-oriented in the building in particular, but not looking at some of the external things that go along with that business commercial. And particularly, and simply put, as we get a lot of complaints individually regarding lighting, you know, parking, repair of the driveways and the potholes and the weeds and a lot of the aesthetics on the outside of the facility, garbage, you know, trash and junk and that out there, that are all those going to be picked up. And if you look on the report, I don't really see those things being included. So again, my opinion that all that stuff is in the code currently, and it should just be included in this new revision where we're trying to consolidate all of those initiatives. Third item is basically the exemption of the home rule base businesses. Yes, I know that was the first thing that was supposedly thrown out, but as I've stated in the past, we don't even know what we have out there. We don't even know the types of home-based businesses that there are and the extent and what really is a home-based business currently out there. And as I indicated earlier, likewise, I thought that those should be included at least on the initial thrust, maybe not top of the list of priority, but included in the program out there, at least to document and to register and to find out what you do have and what you don't have, and basically what are the issues out there. Because I think as you drive around the community, you see many home things going out there, and you want to wonder, well, is that truly a home-based business, or is it the guy just, that's an additional little task that he's doing on repairing that car, and you see other vehicles out in the back, stuff like that. Also, like I said previously, I saw an ad in the paper not too long ago, I couldn't believe it, about unlicensed daycare being available and offered out there. So I think that that is a mistake by exempting them from the program, and at least we should be doing something to follow up on those issues. And the final one is basically the financial assistance. Again, the inequities in our programs here, and right out of the box we're offering financial assistance, and we don't know what the limits are, we don't know what the programs are basically, particularly if they don't fit within the one or two current programs that we have. And then again, only those programs that we basically do have now are in the TIF districts. And what do you do with all those facilities that are outside of the TIF district? Just like we talked about earlier this evening with the auto dealerships out there, that where you have some problems. You can help one person, but you can't help the other people. And to the sizes and the amounts that we're doing, I just don't see that in all fairness. And so I would support providing some assistance that's within the current guidelines, but as far as creating new, I would have a problem with that as well. So I guess those are my pieces out there. And from what I hear from my colleagues up here, I would assume there's not much support in any one of those 4 areas on it, so I'm not going to press them any further. But my thoughts, and thanks.
Thank you. Other comments from council? Okay. Dean, did you have introductory comments?
No, I think we've covered the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. We do have citizens registered to comment on this topic. Mike Coughlin.
Mayor, council, staff, citizens, my name is Mike Coughlin, 1203 South 2nd Street, DeKalb City resident, attorney for Focus. I have 6 points I'd like to address. First of all, with regard to the February 4th, 2015 memo that Alderman Naylor referenced, there are a number of inaccuracies. I'll just go to a few brief points. I'm recommending that the word violation be changed for the word issue. In the situation where Mr. Naylor mentioned weeds, garbage, etc., that list in a compliance agreement can be addressed by listing the words weeds, garbage, paint, etc. It doesn't need to have a legal conclusion like the word violation. You can call it an issue, you can call it a building condition, but to call it a violation actually would cost the building owner possibly as much as $10,000 to hire me to defend them to block a legal conclusion. In the memo to you, it says that Focus was opposed to compliance agreements. That's the opposite of the truth. What we're opposed to is the withdrawal of a compliance agreement unless there's a confession to the word violation at the time that the weeds need to be pulled. So it's as if the city looks at the building owner and says, okay, here's your compliance agreement. You're going to save $10,000 on the lawyer. Oh, you can't have it unless you confess. That's a violation of a Sixth Amendment right to a trial that's unnecessary if the building owner is ready, willing, and able to address the list without the legal conclusion, the list being grass, paint, etc. So simply replacing the word issue, which costs the city nothing, replacing the word violation with the word issue will make a big difference in the savings to the business owner, and it's not going to make any difference to the city. With regard also to the memo, it states that Focus was not in favor of the incentives. That's not true. Focus, of course, is in favor of the incentives, just not tying the incentive to an unnecessary confession. Third, there was a reference that Focus somehow was advocating for bare electrical wire hanging out of a wall. Obviously, that's not true. Focus has been consistently and has submitted it frequently in writing that we encourage immediate repair of fire hazards. We represent responsible business owners. Number 4, the proposed ordinance specifically states that the formerly utilized inspections were successful. It uses the term successful twice. Once you have that in the introduction of an ordinance, one must say that this ordinance is not necessary. You have currently on the books successful laws that have been utilized successfully, and that goes against adding an additional law. Next, the term least intrusive was in prior city drafts. As the government is required to take the least intrusive method available in order to bring about compliance. Those words were removed. The question is why? I would respectfully ask you to put those words least intrusive back, because it's not only the law, but it's good business. Finally, with regard to the word building, you've got 2 definitions in there. One is commercial building, the other is building. Building includes all homes and sheds, etc. And you'll see that the word commercial does not precede the word building. So what you pass would be requiring what you've defined as a building, which would be the inspection of residential homes and sheds and things like that, that do not fit with a commercial inspection ordinance. I think that's probably just a housekeeping matter to add the word commercial preceding the word building, but with the absence of that, that would actually be mandating the fire department to inspect non-commercial buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. William Heinisch.
Good evening. Will Heinisch, a local businessman, focus representative, and property owner. I want to first thank the council for postponing the first reading till tonight. The meetings we've had with city staff have been, I think, beneficial for both parties, we'll agree. We have identified items that not only protect the city's best interest, but also property owners as well. We are finally down to making sure it's right. The time has been well spent. I've got just a couple items I'd like the council to consider. The first item is under the definition section of the third-party inspection. It is unreasonable that requires an inspection, and this is the quote, which satisfies all applicable ISO guidelines or recommendations as determined by the city. And the key point is that which satisfy all ISO guidelines and then also as determined by the city. Such wording could allow the city to reject every ISO compliant inspection for Target, Panduit, 3M, and all other large commercial and industrial taxpayers because all ISO requirements were not met, regardless of whether the ISO requirement applied to a particular inspection. We suggest, Focus suggests, just simply replacing the most intrusive word all with the legally grounded words reasonable and necessary. Using words such as reasonable and necessary will facilitate the intent of you, the council, to accept an ISO compliant inspection report rather than upsetting 3M, Target, and Panduit at a time when we need to retain and attract business. Also, removing the words as determined by the city will also allow the business owner to provide input to the validity of the ISO compliant inspection for his particular business. Kind of a issue that Ron Naylor addressed, that we need to make sure that the ISO compliant inspection allows the owner and the city to work together to determine those standards, and that all is removed and that it's reasonable and necessary. If the staff can make the final determination of the validity, the 3M Target's ISO inspections without any input from 3M and Target, then these companies are less likely to stay in the DeKalb. So please delete the words as determined by the city, and then also when defining the third-party inspection, change the word from all to reasonable and necessary. Item number 2, and this is something new that I haven't even discussed with the city, something that was brought to my attention that's new. There is still, I think, some anxiety and fear on the from owners that I keep getting even tonight on this new inspection process, and possibly being unfairly being cited for an issue. Actually, a new state law that protects homeowners and landlords of residential property, that protects all you council members, took effect January 1st of 2015, but does not apply to commercial property. I think the council should request this law be extended to DeKalb commercial property owners as well. It is law 735 ILCS 5/5/120.5. And what it does, it allows for the recovery of court costs and attorney's fees under certain circumstances when the decision of a hearing officer, which would be the city of DeKalb, when that decision is overturned by the circuit court, which would be DeKalb County Circuit Clerk Court, for a code violation. I would like to see that language added to protect the commercial property owners as it already protects you, the residential property owners. This law helps protect owners against frivolous or subjective interpretations of a code or litigation by the city, and that is why it was passed as a state law. I actually know the history of why that law came out. It actually came very close from Rockford, but it adds another level of security to the business owners in that to feel that protects them. And I would ask you to add this to that ordinance. In conclusion, I know this has been a long process, and I hope the city realizes how important it is in the future for stakeholder input. For now is the time to move forward in a positive direction that creates a business and citizen-friendly atmosphere that fosters organic growth. We are the city of DeKalb, a city like no other that is unique in so many ways. Again, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chuck Shepard.
Chuck Shepard, general contractor on commercial buildings, and in addition, own a number of commercial buildings myself. I'd first like to thank you for your patience during the sometimes very, very frustrating process that we were just so close to completion. I represent a huge group of community stakeholders who take care of both their properties and their tenants, but also have concerns about the potential intrusions that original ordinance had proposed. Let me share, and this would kind of be, actually I prepared this before, but Ron, this would kind of answer a little bit some of your concerns. Share your concerns about the new ordinances places a burden on building owners. As kind of a test, I scheduled an insurance ISO inspection 2 weeks ago on one of my commercial office buildings. The tenant mix was three different tenants, one a physical therapy group, 2 medical doctors in a clinic setting, and a financial planners at all 3 as different tenants in the same building. After 7 phone calls, I finally was able to come up with a time that was reasonably acceptable to all the different tenants. I mean, it's a tough thing that you're throwing us into here. I mean, I just don't take it very lightly. And that time that I came up with, or we all came up with, was not perfect for everybody. One of my thoughts when I was becoming very frustrated with the phone calls was I thought, well, I'll just do it on a Saturday, pay the overtime to the ISO inspector, and that would be the end of it. And they go, are you kidding me? You can't, we have HIPAA requirements, we have constraints on financial privacy regulations, so I mean, we finally had to, the doctors staggered their time, so there was not a lunch hour period time we could do. One starts, say, like at 7:30, goes to 3:30, and the second doc starts at 10 and goes to 6, so and there's no lunch hour time either, so it was very, very difficult. So I just want to share with you that I have the buildings at Hillcrest now that I'll have to go through with Eric and his crews, and that's 11 different tenants, financial planners, counselors, they counsel. So if they have you in your office and they're counseling you, they just go from like 7:30 to 9 with you and then the next person's sitting in the outer office and ready to go. I mean, it's going to be problematic. Also, second item, as a member of the Builders and Developer Association, who we've also been participating on working on this, and a longtime member of the DeKalb Building Board of Appeals member, I would request that we continue to be included in work sessions to discuss changes to land cash, impact fees, and building code revisions. In the past, the Board of Appeals met and was active in revising the 3-year code cycle of the International Building Code. I just would note that I think are we on the 2006 code, TJ?
Yeah.
Excuse me? Right. Yeah, and so we need to get up into the 2012 or maybe even the 15. I mean, we're very, very much behind on the International Building Code. In the past, staff has consulted with our builders and developers on fee changes and other changes which directly affect our industry, and we appreciate a continuation of these policies. Again, we were initially, as building owners, super concerned, but we are community members and we do care. Thank you on that. And then Ron, on the insurance certificate, or an ISO, is insurance services, and I don't know what the O stands for, but they don't, like I have insurance on different buildings with like West Bend, Cincinnati, Ohio Casualty, all different companies, but ISO is a national firm that does these inspections, so they are not specific to a particular agency or insurance company. So they are certified. This guy had a card and et cetera, and it was an extensive, inspection. It wasn't. Since that time, I also own a building in Geneva, and that had an ISO inspection that had been scheduled. They're a little more diligent with their inspections on the fire sprinklers, et cetera. And again, it took probably, in that case, I only have an insurance agency and a design firm, so there were not the conflicts of us being in the building as there are with some of these other type facilities. So I thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Paul Borick.
Paul Borick, Executive Director of the DeKalb County Economic Development Corporation. The DCEDC appreciates the inputs solicited by City Council on the proposed fire safety registration and inspection ordinance. We recognized the need on behalf of the city to be more proactive, but had concerns about the initial plan. DCEDC supports the current ordinance in place of the original proposal from this past fall. We also appreciate the efforts of city staff holding meetings with development, manufacturing, and logistics members of DCEDC to discuss ordinance revisions. The current proposal addresses the scope, structure, and cost concerns that were of greatest interest to many of our members. It also addressed concerns about duplicate inspections by now recognizing in qualified insurance inspections. The proposed model involving life safety and utilizing the fire department should help the city achieve its goals. Further, it could provide an opportunity for financial benefit to building owners should improved insurance ratings be achieved. As a result of the two recent public hearings and dialogue with stakeholder groups like Focus, several outstanding issues have been addressed in the revised ordinance, including inspection, interpretation, consistency, protection of proprietary information, definition of third-party inspections, details regarding compliance agreements, and delineation of different types of contacts required of building registration, such as owner, key holder, and representative with access authority. Again, we thank you for listening to DCEDC and all business stakeholder groups, and we support the process that this path has taken for fire safety registration and inspection. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Jim Mason.
Again, Jim Mason, we've talked about where I came from. I don't know. I would like to start to thank Anne Marie and Dean Fritters and the whole staff to take the time to listen to the stakeholders. And we all can learn, the more eyes, the more ears, the better off we are. This kind of cooperation is going to be necessary to get DeKalb out of the doldrums. As I said before, I've been here for 50 years, and it's a different place, and we all have to work together to get this accomplished. Now, regarding the inspection programs, I've been told by many businessmen, I don't know why people call me so much, maybe my phone number is all over the place, but I've been told by some folks that they're not going to let you in. Fourth Amendment rights, some people see the Constitution different than you folks do, and that the HIPAA laws and a lot of these buildings that you want to inspect, and Chuck was so eloquent, it just isn't going to work. This is the reason that this type of inspections are not used around the United States to any extent. So we can't spend a lot of time litigating. Let's see how this thing goes. But I've been told by some folks, and they just kind of like matter-of-factly, we're not going to let them in. So having said that, that's all I can say there. Okay, I have two other things I'd like to talk about. We've talked a little bit with the city manager and some other people about impact fees. and impact fees don't work. You had one house this year. You had some commercial buildings. I did pay a substantial fee the other day. But impact fees are kind of like AIDS. They just don't go away. People do not want to pay 25% of the money to build a $100,000 square foot house. So I hope we can continue the dialogue on impact fees to entice people to come here and feel good about that type of situation. The last thing I'd like to say is, in the State of the State message, Governor Rauner made news. I don't know how many people in here know what right to work means, but what the governor said the other day was that he wants counties and municipalities to have referendums with the stakeholders and the tenants and the people in the community to vote whether or not they want right to work. What right to work does, you don't have to join a union and you don't have to pay dues. But you can join a union and you don't have to pay dues. Now, I also heard, and I'm only doing this as an informational thing, because I really think it'll help DeKalb County drastically. But Michael Madigan said the other day, I heard him on the radio, that he may be interested in this type of a referendum for the people of Illinois. So I only brought that up tonight as food for thought. We're doing a great job here with Focus and all these other groups, and this is the type of thing it takes to make DeKalb a better place, and I want to thank you for your time. I only speak because I like DeKalb. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. All right, we have the motion before us to approve ordinance 2015-8, adding section 516 to municipal code relating to fire safety inspections of commercial buildings. Further discussion from council? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Snow.
Yes.
Naylor.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
O'Leary.
Yes.
Jacobson.
No.
Fanouken.
Yes.
Lash.
Yes.
And Ray.
Yes.
Okay, 7 ayes.
Thank you. Moving to resolution.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can we move the second reading?
You wish to waive second reading?
Wish to waive second reading?
It's
Yes.
been moved to waive second reading on ordinance 2015-8. Is there a second? Hearing none, it dies for lack of a second. Moving to resolution 2015-11, waiving competitive bidding and authorizing the execution of a website design agreement with Civic Plus in the amount not to exceed $56,189 in year one. City Manager Gora.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just as a point of clarification, I know it's not a waiver of competitive bid, it's just authorization of a contract. We have here tonight Civic Plus, who, after we give an introductory comment, is here to make a presentation. Management Analyst Lauren Stott is going to explain the background research that she had done on the development of the website, and then what is creating the impetus to move forward with a sole source vendor. And I will look to, at some point in the discussion, to City Attorney Dean Frieders to comment on that as well. But with this, I'm going to turn it over to Management Analyst Lauren Stott.
Thank you. Thanks, too, to the council for considering this proposal, and thanks to Brian Hallbeck from Civic Plus for being here to explain some of the finer points of the product to our council. But before we talk about the website itself, I think it's very important for everyone to understand the steps taken by staff in this website process. So here's some background. I began with the city in November as management analyst, and one of the first projects I was assigned was to explore our website options and prepare for an RFP process. City Manager Gora told me that more effective communication was a major priority of hers, and she wanted to bring the city's website up to a higher service level. After I got situated here, I got more information on the procurement process, and I worked on an RFP draft over the holidays. In early January, I was prepared to bring a website redevelopment RFP draft to Attorney Frieders for a preliminary review with the intent to request council approval to go out for bid for a new site. But when I had the draft ready to go, we were contacted by the Department of Justice, and they informed us that our website had a number of compliance issues with regards to the Americans with Disabilities Act. Some of the questions I've received are in regards to the type of accessibility issues on the site. So I have a couple of examples. These include something called a keyboard event handler that needs to be added to pages so users who cannot hold a mouse can scroll using the up and down arrows on their keyboard. To accommodate sight-impaired users, website areas that include images must be given a functional description that can be read aloud by a screen reader tool. And another is with the screen reader tool, where the current site utilizes iframes, these areas must include alternative content for the screen reader tool to pick up on. And there's a number of areas of the current site where the alternative content has not been set. Recognizing the enormity of these issues, Attorney Frieders worked with the Department of Justice to extend their deadline for compliance as long as possible. And so they are giving us until early June to remedy these issues. So at that point, staff explored two options. The first is to make Band-Aid fixes to the current site so that it complies with regulations. The second option would be to redevelop the site now, knowing that it's a priority for the city. In research regarding the so-called Band-Aid options, we found that price and timeline were highly variable with the companies that we reached out to. So we gathered information, and we looked at our other option, which was the complete site overhaul. Staff was recently made aware of two communities in our area who had just signed contracts with Civic Plus, a website development company that specializes in local governments. Those communities are Yorkville and Batavia, and there's actually a number of communities in Illinois who contract with Civic Plus. We have, I won't give a full list, but some of the communities you might be familiar with are Elburn, Cary, Bentonville, El Paso, Des Plaines, Elgin, Hometown, Geneva, Normal, Highland Park, Rantoul, Lockport, the list goes on, but just so that you're aware of the relationship Civic Plus has with clients in the state, that kind of gives an idea of who they're working with. So at that point, we reached out to Civic Plus, and the first question we asked was, can you build us a site by this Department of Justice deadline, which is June 11th? And they said that they could. So we told Civic Plus that our fiscal year 2015 budget for the website was $20,000, and they came back with a proposal that would keep us under $20,000 for each year, 2015 through 2018. But talking with them, we found that we would save more total dollars if we could commit the total cost up front in 2015. So this is the point that we're at now. City staff has been working hand in hand with Civic Plus to develop a contract that will fulfill our ADA compliance needs and also expand online services to DeKalb residents in a way they haven't been served yet online. An internal website team made up of staff members from every department has been put in place, and if this project is approved, we will launch a public outreach campaign in the coming weeks to gather input on what would make a good product for DeKalb. So I'd like to turn it over now to Brian Hallbeck from Civic Plus. He's going to go a little bit more in depth into the site options and what the product would be. He's put in a lot of hours for us over the past couple weeks getting us up to speed on what we would need. So I want to thank him for being so helpful.
Thank you, Lauren. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. Thank you. Without going into a full system training, I figured I'd come and talk about some of the high points to come. So we'll go ahead and jump into that. Okay, just a little background on Civic Plus. We're at about 1,800 clients right now nationwide. Currently 15 years plus longevity as a provider. Roughly 200 staff on board, so we do have a lot of resources to bring to this project in a timely fashion. We are based out of Manhattan, Kansas, so we're almost dead smack in the center of the country, allowing us to be more or less the nation's local provider for government websites. So we are a government-only provider here at Civic Plus, and very excited to be that. Just talking about some of the high points, we do want the website to be more than just a static website. So a full customer service portal, allowing the residents to benefit from that return on investment that you guys are putting in, highlighting some of that key functionality, online payments, signing up for permits, finding out basic information, agendas, minutes, just getting to all of that. So we want to help with that navigation. Also want to help with communications and pushing out information, being able to have the site push out emails and text messages even when residents aren't coming to the site. So just assuming that they will be kept up to date. Also, greater citizen engagement, allowing for the residents to submit feedback to you guys, whether that be a service request, maybe it's a general online forum, or maybe it would be an open forum for residents to comment on topics. You guys wouldn't have to do all of that or any of that, but just wanted to mention that that is there for you guys ready to use. In short, a full e-government platform, just more than that static website with images and content. Looking at the process a little bit, project manager will walk you guys through the project. We have Jessica assigned to this project. Lauren and I had a brief discussion with her. She prepared the timeline and ensured that we would be able to meet June 11th go live or sooner. So she is already prepared to work with you guys and has put time in. So she's very good. She will be doing a lot of hand holding, and she's aware of the deadline. Design will be custom. We'll start with a blank white screen for this project. We love the design process. We've included design consulting as well to give you guys a little more time with the designer, just to make sure that we can get to a design that you guys will be proud of and the community will enjoy as well. Content development is included with this project. We'll be migrating all your page content to the new website. Also, agendas and minutes, 3 years worth to be exact, if you guys would like. So we'll do a lot of hand-holding there. And also for content development, we'll be including our remote content consulting, which means for a cost-effective way and quickly to meet the June deadline, we'll be able to work with you guys and do a little more hand-holding in the content process as well, which is a very key process of this project. Training will be on site to train up to 20 staff members here face-to-face, so it'll be completely dynamic, ensuring that staff are confident moving forward with the solution. And just proceeding forward, some of the things that we include as a company is a large provider. Some of the basics you would just expect. The account manager will be there to support any questions, ongoing needs, consulting, things like that you guys would want to discuss. Support is 24/7, 365 as well. Call us, email us. We do work with clients all over the nation that have had issues come up. Tsunami for Maui County, Snohomish County and the mudslide that they experienced. Ferguson, Missouri is a client of ours as well. You just never really know what's going to happen, and we're here for you guys at any time. So that's great for security overall. Continuous upgrades and enhancements. This is a big one for Civic Plus. We actually put in about $2.9 million into the platform last year. So very progressive as a provider. We want to keep you guys in the forefront. So rolling out some new pieces of our company, most recently, such as HR platform, an emergency management communications platform, and also a platform that competes with Constant Contact called Civic Send. So a lot of ongoing investment for our clients. And Lombard and also Oak Brook and also Libertyville have held client user groups as well that you guys would be able to attend, or even if you wanted to host, you'd be more than welcome to. We had talked a little bit about ADA compliance. I should say Lauren did, but can ensure, and we've contracted for the fact that We as a provider will comply with all the WCAG guidelines that you guys require as a client. So Lauren had touched on some of the options that are included in that, but all menu items being clickable and tabbable. Submenus display throughout the site. Alt tags are used for images and documents. Site maps are dynamically generated. Documents and links can be set to open in the same window. Just to go into some specifics there, and that is all contracted as well. We do offer Civic Plus University for ongoing training, online videos to help with turnover, and recurring costs for training and support. And Civic Plus Connection is our client sourcing site where we take live feedback from our clients to ensure that rollouts are happening according to client needs rather than according to our own desires. Hosting is included. It's a secure data center based out of Kansas City, Missouri. We have our secondary is Phoenix. Tertiary is back at Manhattan, Kansas. So redundancy across the data centers. It's a Tier 2 data center. Fully secure, tape backups, everything that you guys would expect. Uptime is 99.7% as a provider. It would be a little bit higher at 99.9. It's not because we do a lot of rollouts and enhancements to the system. Redesign is included every 4 years, so if you look at the total cost of ownership of this project over a 5-year term, it's actually 2 websites, not just one. So pretty exciting that the site will be fully redeveloped in 4 years. And just some example functionality, I took some screenshots and we can look at some live sites as well, and you guys are welcome to contact me with any other needs for design. But looking at some of the key components of our projects beyond just the website and the design and the content, we have found that our clients are still struggling with having good community calendaring. So being able to have sortable calendars on the homepage and also within the site where the resident can filter based on category, receive email updates, text message updates based on calendar categories changing, RSS feeds, of course. Being able to easily view the calendar and have that segmentation between community events, if you would like, and also city meetings as well. Outbound notifications, talked a little bit about this before, but the website will push out email updates and also text message updates based on any of the categories that the resident would want to opt into. So it's not an all or nothing. They would actually be able to choose specific items that they want to follow, whether it be a newsletter or an alert, a bid posting, a job posting, maybe it's an agendas or minutes being posted to the site, calendar changes, different pieces like that they can follow. Citizen request management, allowing the residents to submit online service requests and allowing for staff to manage them, track them, route them, and also report on them. So increasing customer service as well and allowing the residents 24/7 access to be able to submit that request into you guys. This is one that is discussed as optional. It is included for you. However, it would be optional to you guys to use this module. So again, just it is there for you, but I did want to mention that you would not have to use it. Online forms, we do help with e-payments, so if you guys have any unique payment types that you've been considering bringing online, now would be a good time to do that. We do understand a lot of times municipalities and counties, they do take some of the larger payments online, such as tax payments, things like that. But maybe consider some of those smaller ones, like parking tickets and animal sticker or vehicle stickers, pet tags, things like that. You're definitely welcome to now run through Civic Plus as well. Talking a little bit about new modules, our Agenda Center will allow you guys to easily post agendas and minutes to the site and display them in a very clean, searchable way to the resident. We do include a dashboard view of the website where visitors can come and set up a dashboard view that they can interact with. So this could be good for maybe a unique audience that would come to the site, such as developers and contractors that are only following certain pieces of information. Definitely welcome to set up that dashboard view. Also, this is our community voice module. Quick screenshot of it here, allowing for topics to be commented on. So you'd be definitely welcome to put up different initiatives and topics to citizen source feedback on. Think of it as a new voice to maybe people that might not be able to make it to council meetings because they work nighttime hours and things like that. Do you want to talk about mobile and accessibility here? I took a quick screenshot. This would be one to look at on any of your smartphones, anyone in the audience or within the council, but it's Snohomish County, Washington, and you can get to the site. This is City of Everett, by the way. snowco.org will take you to the site, and you'll see I took a quick screenshot of the site on a full-size screen and then also what would essentially be a mobile view. You'll see the site is going to stack accordingly. So whether it be an iPhone or Android device or a tablet, the website is going to be fully accessible on any device. And keep in mind that over half of the residents that are coming to the site and visitors that are coming to the site are coming on mobile devices nowadays. So building a responsive design is definitely going to be a good key justifier for this project as well. Just talking about the content management briefly here in summary, staff can easily come in and update content through the content management system. I took a screenshot of it here. You'll see the dashboard view. It's extremely user-friendly. Receive a lot of compliments on ease of use, and keep in mind that it is fully supported as well if staff do have questions. Anyone would be welcome to call. That wouldn't just have to run through Lauren or any person in particular. If you're a user on the system, you're welcome to call our support department. And just looking at the content editing, getting a little more granular here, this is within the system and editing a page. We utilize live edit capabilities and also drag and drop. So you are dragging in pieces into the website template, and you are seeing that happen in a live scenario as you're doing it. So you're not having to bounce back and forth between a front and a back, and you're not having to worry about coding or manually creating these templates because they are drag and drop. So very easy, very powerful, very flexible, and also very timely for staff to quickly update content. And also the modules, being there are a lot of modules. These are also point and click. So you'll see the calendar view here is right here. Being able to click on the green button to add a new event, edit upcoming events, cancel them, rename them, anything that would need to be done. It's all point and click with the modules as well, so no coding involved there. Okay, so did want to open up, did we want to show some of the example designs?
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a way to do that.
Okay, I think they're going to come up, we'll have a couple sites.
I'd like, while this is coming up, I'd like to, City Manager Gora, are you comfortable and prepared for the staff time commitment that is going to be asked as we go into this design by June 11th?
Yes, absolutely. Management Analyst Lauren Stott is going to lead the project. She's already set up the employee-based team. We have representatives from each of the departments. One of the key things I want to point out as an outgrowth of that presentation is we're going through a structural change. Right now, our current website, which I'm told was designed in 1997, has had a centralized function so that any changes had to go through IT, a limited number of people that have that technical ability to make the changes. As was talked about with the training that will take place, we're going to have up to 20 people on staff that will be trained so that it's going to create a more seamless impact in order to make those updated changes and decentralize it, which I think is a key thing for the council to know. So yes, I'm very comfortable. Background, and I know Lauren indicated this in the memo, 3 of the staff members in the city manager's office have staff experience with Civic Plus. I worked with Civic Plus when we launched a new website in Montgomery. Lauren worked with Civic Plus with Buffalo Grove, and then Patty Hoppenstadt worked with them, I think, on the iPower website. So we have a level of comfort knowing their experience and that they can deliver this, and they've guaranteed they'll deliver this by contract in the time period that we need by the Department of Justice deadline.
Thank you.
Okay, can we show some examples?
Sure.
Okay.
Quickly?
Yes,
Sure.
of course.
Is there a way for them to click around, or are we just looking at different sites?
We'll just
Okay.
look at the home page.
Okay, so we'll look at home pages. which is kind of hard to do on the site because you have to hover over. There you go. As you hover over the menus, thanks. You'll see very strong navigation structure here. This is called mega menu structure. So having a blend of images and icons for initiatives on the menus. This is Forney, Texas. As we scroll down on the site, you'll see we are able to utilize stock imagery to help you guys with some of that heavy lifting. Also making the site very friendly to citizens and engaging them in some of those key areas. And wanted to show the Lombard site as well. Similar sized community, but just a very vibrant site. Good clickable areas within that homepage. This site has a little bit less scrolling than the Forney site. And also looks a little bit different than the Banff, Canada site that we looked at as well. So just some example designs. Again, a custom design. We do include the design consulting as well for you guys. So very confident that you guys will be very proud of this end result and have one of the newest, most progressive sites in the state.
Brian,
Yes.
help me understand, the size of community is likely a dictate of the cost of the development process?
Yes, it does factor in. We do utilize population-based pricing to some extent, but we also look at the specifics of the project. So, for example, in all honesty, a city of 2,000 in resident population would pay less than a city of 50,000 in population, just due to the complexity of the project. But we factor in a key driver of that population is going to be the amount of content that will need to be migrated. So we look at the population, which factors the content. They kind of blend together. We look at the consulting provided. We look at the training model. How many staff need to be trained? Is that webinar? Is it on site? So we consider the professional services as well, blending everything into pricing.
Thank you. Okay. Questions for Brian or Lauren or others? I'll ask for, I'm sorry, Alderman Lash.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that the website is being talked about and considered. This is something that I brought up when I came on the council 4 years ago. I do have some concern with not seeing any other proposals, with kind of rushing into this. I understand that a Band-Aid option is not a good option for the long term, but I do think a Band-Aid option could give us the opportunity to look at other companies, look at other software that's out there. I personally am a big advocate of open source software. There are some amazing websites, including government sites, that are done in WordPress or Drupal or Joomla. The city of Albert Lea, Minnesota has a beautiful website, and they saved $19,000 by doing it in WordPress. But it doesn't necessarily have to be WordPress. My biggest concern is that going with a proprietary software, and not only proprietary, but one that's limited to one company, while it may be good software, if we decide down the road that we want to go with somebody else, we're now looking at doing this process all over again and completely rebuilding a new site. Whereas if we went with something open source or even something proprietary that wasn't limited to one company, we would have more options. And without seeing other companies, without seeing other proposals, we don't know what other prices are out there. And, my inclination would be, let's take the Band-Aid option and take the time to put out a proposal and do this the right way. That's not saying that Civic Plus wouldn't end up being the option, but I want to see what other options are out there.
Okay. Other comments, discussion? Alderman Baker.
Are you prepared to negotiate? Did Kristen get your attention? Maybe you might drop your price a little bit right now for us, so we can go ahead.
It's a very valid point. I'm from Albert Lea, born and raised there. I know Teresa. I know their site.
Okay.
Yes, she is very talented. WordPress is a great option. City of Champaign, Illinois uses WordPress as well, but they do have 2 full-time staff members manning that site full-time. So yes, absolute open source a great option for you guys, but I was concerned about the go live date for you guys and that requirement, also security, just being that open source is a little bit more prone to hacking than proprietary, and also the time to keep that open source platform up to date.
We have a number of items remaining here, and I don't want to rush this, but just be aware.
I mean, she brought up a valid point, and I might be intended to back her, and maybe she has the majority of the council. If you want to get this deal done tonight, I'd like to see a little discount. Maybe we go forward.
Yeah,
even with a discount, I want to see what else is out there, because I still have the concern of going with a proprietary piece of software that's limited to one and only one company.
Next time I negotiate, I want you on my team. Let's see what he says.
Alderman Naylor.
I just wanted.
They're about to make a proposal. Let's hear it.
I just wanted to comment that this is a priority that the city has finally initiated. You know, it's been spoken of probably for at least all the time I've been on the council here, that our website needs updating, and I think we have something along the line, maybe what is talked about here, of not necessarily proprietary work. But one of our biggest downsides, faults is that we don't have the adequate personnel to take care of that, and we need somebody that knows what they're doing and that will take care of it on our behalf in perpetuity, just like fire, police, and other finance have systems in here that are, I'm assuming, are proprietary, and I think that's for most units of government. That's how it always has been out there. And I think we need to move forth. Yes, the cost is a consideration, but I've been on several of these websites, particularly around here in the local region, and you often wonder, well, wow, why couldn't we have a website like that? Well, typically when you get into it, you find out that they utilize these professional firms and the consultants that basically know what they're doing out there. So, I mean, I granted have concerned about somewhat the price, but I see in the explanation and the rationale on it that supports that price, and particularly the support that they'll give us over the time. Redesign it every 4 years, et cetera, like that. You have to factor all that into, and probably with somewhat more staff, but not to the extent that would be needed if you were to go to some of the non-proprietary platforms that are out there. So
Okay.
I support it.
I would remind council, the proposed motion before us is an amount not to exceed $56,189. I assume, Anne Marie, you're not going to open the checkbook, nor Kathy, to a non-negotiated number. I'd leave that negotiation to staff and not attempt to do it this evening on the floor of council.
Except they were about to answer me. I'd like to hear their answer before we decide on if we're going
That's
down
fine.
there.
But I'm not going to negotiate a final number on the floor of council.
Maybe we could hear their comment?
All I'd like to say is that Attorney Frieders and I spent, a lot of time working with Civic Plus and trying to get the price to an option that we could consider. We were given a discount of nearly $8,000 that Brian was lucky enough to get for us. So, I mean, we didn't just take the price that they gave us. We have talked back and forth to make sure that we're getting something that we could afford.
And Lauren, can you clarify, so after the 4th year in your presentation you talked about what happens with the redesign of the website?
Sure. Brian, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so within the annual fee, the redesign is actually built into that. So after 48 months from signing of agreement, the city is fully eligible for a redesign, meaning you're eligible for it. You wouldn't have to take it if you weren't ready for it. And the entire website would be redeveloped. And that is stated as part of the contract. It's Exhibit B, page 1 of 1, redesign details.
Alderman Snow.
I support the resolution as presented. I have been involved with website design, and I know that cost is actually the last thing you look at. You look at the ability, the expertise, and the knowledge and the support that the company will provide. use an analogy, if you're building a house, you don't find the cheapest architect to build and design your house. Your house is going to fall apart in a year. So you really look at what can be provided, and do they have the expertise to do it. It sounds like staff has gone out and vetted this company. They have the expertise and the knowledge and the ability, and that's what I'm looking at. So I support the request.
Thank you. Alderman Lash.
You know, when we're looking at any other service in the city, we don't just take the first good option that comes along. The first good option that comes along may be wonderful, and in the end, they might be who we go with. But any other service in the city, we solicit other companies. And that's what I'm not saying we have to go open source. There's other proprietary options out there. And that's what I want to see. There might be something better out there, and we don't know it because we haven't seen it.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Before we go ahead, did I catch that the staff is not going to be bound by this number, that you can still continue to negotiate
It's
points
not
that
to
maybe were...
exceed, Dave. It's not to exceed.
John?
So they aren't bound. Yes.
Wasn't there some of you with public comment on this?
Yes, thank you. Understood, Dave? Not to exceed the
Well,
amount.
I don't know why you didn't let him answer my question, but I understand.
We
I'd like to hear
clarified
from-
the answer earlier, Dave. That's why. Mac McIntyre?
I was hoping Mac would get up.
Thank you. Or Bill. Thank you.
Mac McIntyre, 118 Oak Street. I wonder if any local web developers were contacted regarding this, because we have some extremely talented local web builders. There seems to be almost a suitcase mentality here that to do work for the city of DeKalb, you have to have a suitcase and come from some place other than the city of DeKalb. I happen to do website development and design. I specialize in 508, Section 508 compliance, which is your ADA compliance law that Department of Justice is having some current concerns with you. I'm also an open source developer, and I do a lot of government websites, and I do many of them in the WordPress environment. Because I'm raising a ruckus, though, I will remove myself from any bidding list should you go that way, because there are other web developers in this city that are just as talented as I am and just as committed to providing good service. But I think it is an insult to the people who pay taxes in this community and who live and shop and work in this community to not even be given consideration. The suitcase mentality needs to stop. You got to believe in DeKalb. You have to believe in DeKalb if you're going to get the people in the city to believe in DeKalb. And if you keep going with the suitcase mentality, you're not going to get there. I hope that you take a look at the checklist for Section 508 compliant, have your IT department do that, and you can fix the problems that you have with ADA compliance on your current website. This is above and beyond the budget. You guys are going to have to make up serious ground when you get into budget discussion next year, this coming year, for next year. You got serious ground to make up. So you're going to start off now with something that's $36,000 over budget. You're going to spend next year's money before you even know if you have any money for next year. I've heard numbers as high as $1 million that you guys are going to have to make up ground. Are you going to raise taxes on the people that you don't consider enough to include them in discussion on something like this?
Thank you, Mac. City Manager Gore, could you speak to the funding in the FY14 budget
Sure.
for this item?
This item will be fully funded out of the current fiscal year 15, which ends June 30th. The amount was budgeted $20,000. It was budgeted much lower. That is my fault. It's based on my experience in Montgomery, which is dated by 4 years, and it does not factor in the size of the community pricing structure. As far as the impact on fiscal year 16, this should be completed with this fiscal year, so there should not be an impact. What we have outlined in the memo is we have not started on the comprehensive plan, which was budgeted for this fiscal year, so we would recommend utilizing those funds that were initially allocated for the comprehensive plan and instead allocate a portion of those funds to cover the differential for the website.
Thank you. Further question or discussion from council? Alderman Baker.
Well, the compliance to meet the Justice Department deadline, can that be fixed for right now and then put it out to bid, as Kristen has asked? And if so, can we do that for a reasonable price? Do we have any idea what that would cost?
We had talked with a number of developers about that. We had difficulty getting pricing in large measure because of the unknown scope and complexity of that and some of the challenges with the way the current website that the city has is put together.
Sure. Another issue would be our timeline. Some of the comments that we received were that they couldn't give us a definitive date of when the fixes could be made. And so obviously that goes against what we're trying to do, which is fix it by June 11th.
And I perhaps misunderstood your question. If your question is on that deadline, we have already sought an extension from the Department of Justice, and that was the longest deadline that they were willing to give us.
Okay, maybe I need to reword my question. Since it doesn't sound like you were able to get anything definitive from going to many different developers, the one that we're looking at for $56,189 to happen over the next few months here, what would they charge just to fix things so that the Justice Department was happy with that compliance? Did that question get asked? Because if that's like under $10,000, that's all we should be doing right now. And then,
again, the city's, the services that they offer would be a new website, entirely new coding, and entirely new design. I don't believe they would offer a service of doing a partial update of.
well, have we asked them? That's my question. And
Yeah,
if so-
that is correct. Yeah, it would have to be the Civic Plus content management system that would be utilized. So
you can't
the
fix
full
ours,
project.
you gotta bring in yours.
It would be, yeah, it would be a full project if we're going to contract for that.
Well,
And this is
I'm
exactly
thinking,
why you don't use proprietary.
well, I mean, since Mac McIntyre's recused himself, can we ask him what he thinks it should cost just to fix, or does he have any idea?
You have to have a staff. That would depend on staff and IT, because IT is who did your website. And that would be the most cost efficient.
We have challenges within our current system. Staff is recommending that we contract out to a vendor that is going to be able to help support the system to transition us to away from a technology where it is very centralized, where we only have the capabilities of basically 2 people that have control of the website. Our recommendation is to go to a system that is decentralized, where we can train up to 20 people so that we're going to be able to address it. If the council wants to go the direction of doing a patch instead of contracting it out to Civic Plus, I'm going to tell you publicly, I'm not going to guarantee that we're going to be done by June 11th. The concern is the timing and meeting that deadline and working backwards from that deadline. We will go with whatever direction that you make. I also want to point out, and Lauren Stott indicated this at the front end of her presentation, we were all prepared to go the route of a request for proposal. Lauren and I talked about it when she first started. She was working on the draft. This Department of Justice agreement accelerated that timeline. So the best case scenario in our mind is cut to the end line, and knowing that our website is very deficient. I've said this to many of you, I think separately. I don't know if I've ever said this publicly. The #1 complaint that I get in and week out consistently is with the website. So this offers us an opportunity to address it. I know it doesn't address all your concerns, Alderman Lash. But I will tell you, we will go with whatever the council directs us, but the recommendation is to go with the new website now instead of spending money, which as staff we view as an improper use of resources, to patch a website that we know is not going to be long-term, just to be able to rebuild it and launch a new website further down the road.
Can I finish my question? I keep reading year 1, 56, 189.
Excuse
and then
me.
I'd like to know, I'm not done, okay? I didn't get 3 minutes in. It was just a quick question. You've been doing this all night, Mayor, and I about had it. I'd like to know what happens after year 1. I heard a 4-year proposal.
Sure.
And I don't know what happens in 2, 3, and 4. I keep looking through the
Sure.
backup, and I don't see it.
Analyst Stott, would you outline that?
Sure. So after year 1, when the website's developed, we continue our relationship with Civic Plus. City staff is responsible for maintaining content, uploading content, making changes, but Civic Plus will host the website. They will provide support, updates, everything that's outlined in the agreement for, I'm sorry, I don't have the figure. I think it's nearly 6836. So that will be ongoing until the 4th year when we're eligible for that redesign.
So how much is year 2?
6836.
And then year 3 is 6836?
And year 4.
And is that a base charge, or that includes everything?
There's a 5% escalator in that.
So it's so it's 6,836.
In year 2.
Year 3 is a little bit more.
Correct. 5% higher.
Thank you.
In year 4?
It just
Year
increases
3
by 5%.
plus 5%.
Correct.
Okay, and then you mentioned that after 4 years, we can have it completely redone. What does that cost, or is that already?
That's
covered?
built in. It's built into the 6836.
But when you do it for another 4 years, what does it cost? When you redo it at that point, are you stuck another 4 years?
You're not. It's a year-by-year contract that you guys would be on. It's year by year.
So after 4 years of payments, then we can have it completely redone, and then what is the maintenance after that?
Correct.
Another 6836, or is it
Correct.
defined?
That's just the ongoing fee, the 6836, with a 5% escalator. The redesign is built into that 6836. And that would occur every 4 years, not just once, but every 4 years. And the contract is a year-by-year agreement. So
I'm trying to get an idea how much we're spending extra because of this rush charge. What would it have been if you had plenty of time for that first year, as opposed to the rush charge?
the escalation fee that we built in was $11,238. The basis for that was $52,883 project development cost. I did discount the $79,32. I was instructed by our staff that due to the short timeline, we were to add a 25% escalation fee to this project. But I will say that I added that 25% escalation fee to the discounted rate to begin with. So the escalation fee was not added to the $52,883. It was actually added to, it was roughly a $44,000 amount.
Okay, I have a much clearer picture than when I started asking questions.
Are you done, Alderman Baker?
For now.
Thank you. Alderman Lash.
Thank you.
I didn't want to rush, Dave.
I just wanted to be clear that when I'm talking about a patch job or Band-Aid option, I'm not talking about a patch instead of new website. I'm talking about a patch to give us time to further research a new website.
I agree.
So, and, you know, your question, Dave, about, you know, are we stuck with it for another 4 years? And the technical answer to that is no, because the contract is a year, but the real world answer to that is yes, because they're the only ones who do this software. And so we're stuck with them unless we completely redo it again.
Alderman O'Leary.
Yes, I think we need to go with the Band-Aid for right now and then send out to find someone else who, I mean, we need to see other bids. This is the first time we heard it, and so I think we need to fix it to be within specifications, whatever we need to do, until we can find one that we all can agree on.
Alderman Naylor.
I guess my concern is, again, the timeline and basically throwing money down the hole. That's going to be redone later on as is, and rather bite the bullet at this time and go with it. I rather doubt you're going to find anything much cheaper out there from firms that know what they're doing and have done it for umpteen years and for many, many, many communities out there, and even as indicated here in the Midwest and nearby of all those communities out there that utilize this firm. So apparently they know what they're doing out there and they're recognized for that. So I guess disagree with the Band-Aid. I think that's just pouring more bad money after bad money to begin with.
Okay. Alderman Fanouken.
My personal preference would be if we had no timeline that we were mandated to do, to go ahead and do an RFP and to move through that process. But I really would like to look to our legal counsel and Dean, a legal opinion, what happens if we don't meet that June 11th deadline?
The agreement that the city undertook with the Department of Justice contemplates that the city will, and it contemplates that the department would not take any enforcement action against the city for the current state of the website. If the city doesn't uphold its obligations, the department wouldn't be required to not pursue the city for violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So they could foreseeably file a charge against the city or impose sanctions against the city for that violation. There are, at the time that the agreement with the city was announced, there were 3 other agreements announced with other municipalities across the state that have similarly outdated websites. Our understanding is that there are somewhere between 20 and 30 other communities that are currently either in negotiation with the Department of Justice or have not undertaken settlement agreements with the Department of Justice, and the department is contemplating what enforcement action they would take next. So the short answer is, if we don't uphold our end of the bargain, the department wouldn't have to uphold theirs, and they would have the potential to cite the city for ADA violations.
Okay,
Provided we left the site up. If we took it down, we've met their action, correct?
If the city completely took down this website,
So pardon our dust, under construction.
we would
Call
have
Dean
to,
Frieders.
we would likely run afoul of some of our obligations under Illinois law if we took the website down. That's not an option that staff has given much consideration to. I'm not certain how that would be viewed. If you look at the agreement with the Department of Justice, and if you look at their advisory policy guidelines, what they indicate they're trying to do is reduce barriers to employment for persons with disabilities, and employment is what they're primarily focused on. So if the city took the action of just eliminating the website, they might view that as enacting a further barrier for persons with disabilities. Again, it's not an option that we had fully investigated.
Alderman Baker.
Getting back to my question about negotiating the price, there seems to be an $11,238 rush charge to have it ready by, is it June 10th, the date?
June 11th.
June 11th. How much time do you need to do this website without a rush charge? When would it be ready under normal $44,000 contract obligation?
Without the rush charge, we'd be looking at, I'm not the project manager, but my best guess estimate would be late July.
Well, I'm not going to support this with a rush charge. So maybe you can get creative now, or maybe if we're down for a month, Attorney Frieders, would that be a close enough compliance they might not sanction us?
I can't answer that beyond saying that we had already gone back once and asked for additional time, knowing that the timeline was going to be tight. And we were given additional time, but advised that we had asked for, we had initially asked for 9 months to a year. And that was soundly rejected, and we had tried working down in increments from then, and the timeline that we were provided was, we were advised at the time the longest amount of time they would provide. I don't know what the answer would be if we returned back and said that we have a proposal that would require an additional 30 or 45 days, but if
Well,
that's the direction of council, we could attempt that.
Okay, you said July. You mean the end of July?
Likely late July would be my best guess. I could confirm that for you if you would like.
Well, maybe that's what we need to negotiate is we're not authorizing more than a $44,000 base contract and see what the Justice Department says about it, or not see, just pull it down under construction. I'm concerned there might be enough votes here to pass it one way or the other. I'm trying to come up with an amendment.
Alderman O'Leary.
Well, how much do we spend on the website right now?
We have in-house staff that coordinate the website.
So right now, we spend really nothing but what we pay regular staff.
Staff time.
Right, and so then now we've had to add $56,000 more plus additional 60. I think we need to do the Band-Aid to take it down until we can find something cheaper or that we can afford. If we budgeted $20,000 for it, I think we need to stay within our budget. We've gone so much over our budget. Every time we turn around, we're over our budget. We're going higher because of extra costs, and I think we need to stay within our budget. I mean, whatever we need to do. I don't know what IT needs to do, but we should be trying to find out how they can correct the situation until we get other bids on the website.
I would address your comments by if current staff could have addressed the deficiency, current staff would have already addressed it. So I believe it is beyond the capabilities, which is why we're looking towards contracting that out. Once again, if the council directs the Band-Aid approach, we will go that route. But once again, I will comment that as staff, we're not going to guarantee it's going to be done by June 11th. I would hate to see the city of DeKalb be the poster child for the Department of Justice to make an example of a community that might not be in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Okay, so we have the current IT staff is different from who set this up, the webpage up? They're different staff?
I don't know the exact history because I wasn't here,
Okay.
but I understand, I believe it was internal staff that put together the website and monitors the website. I was told earlier today that this website dates back to 1997.
Alderman Lash.
Thank you. As far as, Band-Aid approach is concerned, I don't know that we necessarily have to keep all the content if it's just temporary, kind of a compromise option between what Alderman Jacobson suggested and keeping all the content is maybe doing some sort of skeletal website. I mean, if their biggest concern is the employment, well, let's put the employment, the PDFs for the council agenda and minutes, and, contact numbers, and we can do that in a couple days, have that ready to go on June 11th, and in the meantime, we can put out RFPs and see what else is out there. Is that an option?
I would like to say that there are hundreds of pages on the website currently that do not comply with the ADA requirements, and so that I am aware of.
Right, I'm saying just build a skeletal website that is fully ADA compliant, but it's skeletal. It just has the bare bones what we need. And that way we're in compliance with the Department of Justice, but it gives us time to put out RFPs and see what else is out there.
Staff does believe that would be a redundancy of funding because we would be spending money on putting that skeleton site together in order to wait for the full site to be launched.
The other thing I would just add, and I'm thinking through the timeline, when we've done requests for proposals in the past, by the time we bring back the request for proposal for authorization to the council, we usually allow, I think, a 30-day time period for review. So we're now at the beginning of February. By the time we probably bring the RFP is about a month from now. We allow 30 days for consultants or companies to submit proposals. You're now into April. We would then review those proposals, do interviews. It's probably coming back to you in May. And then from what we've seen in this proposal and from what I understand, other communities a lot, anywhere from 6 to 12 months. So if you go that route with that bare bones, keep in mind that you could be looking at anywhere from 6 to 12 months of that bare bones site, not knowing whether that is acceptable to the Department of Justice or not. So I just want the council to think about that. That's just off the top of my head as far as a potential timeline.
Well, the other thing about the websites is that they're not, websites aren't all or nothing. They're, you can build them in pieces. And so I'm not understanding why we have to allot 6 to 12 months before we see anything. I can understand that for a final product, but I mean, it's lines of code. I don't understand why we couldn't, say we want these pieces within a month or two, and then we can add more as we go.
What I do know as far as an agreement with Civic Plus is they won't launch a site that's not complete. We have a firm launch date that will, our full site will be ready at that time. They don't allow for it to be put up in pieces.
Alderman Baker.
I'd like to hear from Alderman Snow, but I do have a compromise idea, but I wanted to hear from everybody first.
Alderman Snow.
I think we're losing sight of what the website is for, and we're not changing this website to comply with the Department of Justice. We're changing it to provide information to our community. And to have a website that really isn't fully functional or doesn't provide that information to the community, then we're falling down on the job. So I think it's unacceptable to have a website for 6 months that's bare bones and only provides a little bit of information. I think the sooner we can get an website up and running that provides the information that the public wants and deserves, the better off we are. And if we delay this process too often, it's going to come back and bite us.
And not only the information, Alderman Snow, but the functionality as well.
Yes.
Alderman Baker.
I'm trying to get a feel on how this vote would go right now, and what I think is a good compromise, because I think everybody wants to go forward, majority. And I may have miscounted, but if we only authorize the normal turnaround without the rush charge, and then we know the rush charge is within the city manager's authority, but we task Dean Frieders with explaining to the Justice Department that we're going ahead, we've got a contract, it's not going to be ready till the end of July, now what? Then if they say you don't have any choice whatsoever, then they don't have to come back to the council. But I would rather see it in that as an amendment than have it just go through with 56,000 or without an attempt at trying to do that.
To address Alderman Baker's comments, I'm going to make a comment and defer to the city attorney, but I do not believe the city manager's spending authority would include 11,000, which is inclusive of a larger project that exceeds $20,000. So I do not believe I would have the authority to accelerate and spend $11,000 on behalf of the city because this is tying into a larger contract.
If I would agree with that. That was the immediate concern that came to mind as well. If the council's direction is to approve an amount without the escalation fee and direct staff to go back to the Department of Justice, we certainly can do that. I would expect that we could have an answer to that by your next council meeting. And if that endeavor isn't successful, that's entirely within the purview of the Department of Justice. If they say no, we will return back and report that back to you. If that's what you're contemplating, I would suggest that you make the contract approval contingent on the department also approving that revised timeline, and we would need to determine what the actual go-live date would be.
Alderman Naylor.
I would so move that as a motion, that the agreement be approved, and depending upon the response that the city attorney receives from the Department of Justice, dictates the price of the contract.
Second.
Okay, but help me, we have a motion on the floor. So are you
amending?
amending?
This is an amendment.
Okay.
And
I'm not sure I understand the amendment.
I don't think
So
you
there
can
are,
do that.
there are two options. Option one would be.
Dean, maybe I could explain, Dean. I think where Alderman Naylor is trying to go is that we approved the amount up to 56,189, but direct staff to, you in particular, to see if you can extend the timeline with the Department of Justice. And if that's not doable, we already have the contract in place to move ahead. Otherwise, we could go ahead without the rush fee. I think if I'm explaining that right, Ron?
Yes. Yep.
Understood.
That's what I've been asking for the last half hour, so I understand it.
Is that clear to Council, Alderman Jacobson?
We're not paying anything for hosting fees now? I mean, what
No.
is our current, who's
TBC.
hosting us?
Sundog.
And we're paying nothing
Correct.
for annual maintenance or hosting?
That's my understanding, Dave.
Again, so fundamentally, this is about more than just about doing a website. This is about adding a perpetual $7,000 a year charge to an out-of-town company. Again, we don't have a website that is that robust compared to most corporate websites. And, I mean, hosting, to bring in someone the very few times a year we need them, even hourly, I would imagine would be well under $1,000 to take care of. Where is that $6,000 or $7,000 in hosting and maintenance going to? Toward a future rebuild to get stuck on the hook for another 4 or 5 years with $6,000 hosting. I mean, it becomes a perpetual expense that we're now agreeing to. And
Dave, it's my understanding that we as the city of DeKalb would not get that conditional contract that we have at the current time in the current climate. And I'm not sure if that host has been here since 1997, but I've
again,
been told.
low-end
that
web
they-
hosting you can get for $30, $40 a year. $6,040 is a big difference going forward forever on a proprietary system. And
That basically is $500 a month for maintenance, basically.
As
And
opposed
that's
to
fairly
$3 a
inexpensive.
month.
Well, yeah, and see what you got out
You
there,
got it.
too.
it's
compared
the
to what
same
you're gonna
host.
get.
It's the same hosting, Ron. It's who you bring in then to fix the website or add content when you need to. And I'm certain there's several local providers that can handle that task to a pre-built site. Hosting is hosting.
With
It's-
experience.
Where, as council, we have a motion on the floor with the intent to direct staff to negotiate a non-expedited contract. Is that correct, Bill?
To actually to approve
No.
up to the dollar amount specified, but asking staff to see if they can negotiate a new date with the Department of Justice with the understanding that the website's in the works.
Okay. Is that clear? And is that clear to council?
Yes.
Okay,
What we'd be voting on first is an amendment, and we'll have a
Yes.
second vote on the final
correct,
motion.
correct. So Alderman Baker.
I still think this is going to be deadlocked 4-4. We need to get more creative. The representatives here, what if we approved this amount, but are you going to get started on it right away at the slow motion, be done by end of July? And if so, why aren't we just approving the lower amount and then we'll come back and add a rush charge? Do you need to know like in 30 days that you can rush it and still make it by June 11th? Or what is your timeline?
Yeah. The production calendar is set for you guys right now. We had to get creative to lock in training time as it was, and we did that roughly 2 weeks ago. So,
Training time for our staff or for
Right.
your people just to get the website up?
for your for our staff to be out here, because actually we're booking training into May already.
Well, I don't care
So-
if you don't train till August, if you get the
Well,
website up.
Right. Well, we wanted to make sure the staff are comfortable, but we're open for discussion. I guess the main thing was we wanted to meet your deadline as a provider and do everything that we could do to do that. So if that deadline is now up for discussion, then of course the project timeline can be up for discussion.
How many people are you bringing out here? Is this rush charge to cause, because you got to pay for plane tickets in less than 30 days?
The rush charge, to be honest, is for essentially overtime that we're putting into the project.
Overtime on the training or the development?
All the way across.
Okay,
Mainly
so-
the project manager, but
So if you got started thinking you had till the end of July, at what point can we pay any kind of rush charge and have it up and running? Because I'm not concerned about the training.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a great question and a very creative strategy. That could be paid in the second portion of the project, which would be after phase 4, roughly 3 months from now.
So you don't have, okay, what, if you start on the slow motion end of July.
Right.
And you're told you have to be done by June 11th. If you take the training portion out of it, which seems to be the part that is more complicated and complex in the cost factor, I'm guessing, because you got to rush, short time on plane tickets cost double.
Yeah, the training portion, it probably isn't the main concern, other than the fact that it's booked. We just need to know when we need to train. And June 11th was that driver. So if I understand your question, though, can we add that escalation fee later? We can.
No, it's not the fee. At what point is the drop dead date that you'd have to know
know.
you're done by June 11th in order to get done by June 11th if you start at the slow motion,
Sure.
done by end of July?
It's a great question. I'd want to check with the project manager instead of guess.
City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. City Attorney Dean Frieders will, if this is the direction of the council, the city attorney will reach out to the Department of Justice tomorrow. So we will try to get the answer as soon as possible. I'm assuming if we can get that information, we would then relay that to Civic Plus. So Alderman Baker, as you're talking about timeline, I think that we will know based upon pretty quickly from the Department of Justice if they'll extend the timeline. We would then relay that to Civic Plus to let them know whether they're on the accelerated timeline or whether they're on the traditional timeline to the end of July.
And that would also dictate then the cost of the contract.
Correct.
And could we not approve the contract up to that number?
Yes.
And as I stated earlier, the decision-making is basically the response that you'd get from the Justice Department.
Yes, and if the council does agree and proceed with that direction, we will report back either at the committee of the whole or city council, whichever you prefer, letting you know what publicly what direction we got from the Department of Justice. We will let you know either way as soon as we know, but publicly we would discuss it at one of the next 2 meetings 2 weeks from tonight.
And in the meantime, the consultant could start, basically.
Exactly.
And that was the motion.
You can go ahead and take the vote, but it's going to be 4-4, so let's just see what happens. I mean, we can get this done still, but it's going to take a different amendment, I think, but I don't know, I'm guessing. I'd say go ahead and call the question.
Do you have well, I don't want to load a option on the current.
No,
amendment.
exactly.
Let's
I'm going to
vote
wait
the
and see what
amendment in
happens
front
now.
of us.
I'm assuming
Okay.
4-4, but let's see what
Well,
happens.
the amendment is what you basically offered.
Well, I don't like the way it's coming out.
Huh? I mean, you offered that.
All I want to know, the only thing I'm agreeing to and going to agree to is the base charge without a rush charge until we find out
And that's
what the outcome is.
that's what the motion would do. If the Justice Department said, yes, they would extend it, then the base charge would be.
Yeah,
that
but I'm not
base
going to
charge.
agree to the rush charge.
And
Ever,
then if
ever.
the Justice Department said no, then you would.
Let's call the question. I don't know what's going to happen.
You would have the.
Okay. The question's been called. I'll ask for a roll call. And this is on the
This is on
amendment.
the amendment?
This is on the amendment.
And the amendment's to go up to 56, but hope we can get by with 44.
Right. Your amendment, basically.
Well, no, you worded it. It didn't get worded the way I wanted.
Roll call.
Baker?
No.
O'Leary?
No.
Jacobson?
No. It's 4-4.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Lash? No. Snow?
Yes.
Naylor?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
I guess I can count.
So David,
Defeated.
what's your
Is there another?
motion then?
My motion is,
If it wasn't that one.
is to go the base charge of the $44,000 without a rush, and then let Dean do his thing, and since the city manager can't come back with the rush, then you'll have to come to the next meeting and find out if there's 5 votes to do the rush charge, which I don't know that there are. You know,
So in other words, if the Justice Department came back and said no, then you're not
not now,
in agreement of anything.
not now, because
So then
it's
what-
only a month and a half.
So then what would you do?
Dave Jacobson's idea, sorry for our dust, or whatever, I don't know.
I
I
don't
think the
think-
company's gonna comply.
I don't
They're gonna
think
get it
people
done by
wanna-
June 11th, because they're not gonna have a contract any other way, it doesn't look like to me.
If that is the direction the council chooses to go, my recommendation would be that you make your approval contingent on Department of Justice approval.
That's a great idea.
Because I would not want you to authorize the contract and have the company start only to find out that that solution won't work.
I like that. So that's my proposal for an amendment. Base charge 44,000, no rush charge. Let these guys perform a miracle without the rush charge, or if the Justice Department allows the extension till the end of July, then they'll make it by the end of July.
Okay.
Looking
Is
for a
there
second.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Is the amendment clear?
And we're back to the main motion for clarification?
There's no rush
We have
charge,
a-
it's just 44,000 base charge. And we know it could be the end of July, but if Dean Frieders can't get the extension, then they've either got to do it by June 11th, or there's no contract. Is that right?
As I understand the motion, it's contingent on DOJ approval, so,
For an extension.
yes.
But obviously, the company could then say, hey, we're going to get done by June 11th. We just wanted the rush charge. We're going to waive it because we know we're going to lock you in for the next 20 years. We can see it coming. It's just an automatic renewal.
So just as a point of clarification, whether this is for the city attorney, if that is the motion, and let's assume worst-case scenario, and the Department of Justice says, no, we don't grant, does the contract still go forward? Does the item come back to the council? What's the format?
No, I think as the motion was framed, we would not proceed with execution of the contract or start performance of the contract until we had a resolved timeline that was acceptable to the Department of Justice.
That's what I voted on, which brings up my case in point. We'll get the $11,000 discount if they want the deal, because if it's all scratched back to the council, you'll have time for an RFP in the meantime, probably.
Alderman Naylor.
Point of clarification, would you repeat that again as to what your
Let
proposal
the
was?
city attorney clarify
City
the
attorney
motion.
can clarify it. I just said what obviously the company will do as a business decision.
Dean?
As I understand the amended motion, it was to approve the contract with Civic Plus minus the timeline escalation fee with the contract timeline, with the contract being contingent on the Department of Justice approving the completion date. So either Civic Plus would agree to an expedited completion date without an escalation fee, or the Department of Justice would agree to a longer timeline. If neither one of those circumstances happen, the contract would not be executed. We would not go forward with Civic Plus in this circumstance, and we would revisit this at your next council meeting.
And you would anticipate getting a response from the Justice Department in 24 hours?
We've had a very positive relationship with the Department of Justice. I think we'll be able to get an answer very rapidly.
Okay. I'll call the question then, and this is on an amendment to the original motion.
Yes.
Do you want to take this call to see if I can wait?
O'Leary,
No.
Jacobson,
No.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Lash,
No.
Snow,
No.
Naylor,
Well, I was going to vote yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Anybody want to change their vote?
4-4.
No, 3-5, isn't it?
Point of clarification, what would the RFP process take? I mean, how long?
No.
It's about
30 to 60 days?
He said
We have to finish writing,
So-
reviewing the draft of the
Jacob
RFP,
said we're all
running
now.
it by Dean
So
as our city
Okay,
attorney,
Baker.
bringing that back to the council. I don't think it's possible to have it done within the next 2 weeks, so that we're looking at a month from now. And then typically on the request for proposals, how we've structured them is we then usually allow whatever vendor is submitting, I'm thinking of some of the Public Works RFPs, 30 days or somewhere in that time frame to submit proposals. Then there would have to be an internal review of those proposals, interviewing some of the potential vendors and bringing it back, so.
We can't do like a 2-week RFQ on it of local vendors?
I would not recommend that accelerated timeline. If you're gonna wanna get, quality and a wide breadth of, proposals, you typically go with a longer period of time, so.
Even
if
30
you-
days to put out there, hey, we're redesigning our website, tell us what you got, what you want to do.
To cut to the chase, I do not believe we could do an RFP process, get it circulated in order to still meet the June 11th timeline to get the website updated. If the council ultimately directs going the RFP process, we will proceed forward, but it's not going to be meeting that June 11th timeframe.
Again, my amendment's going to be to go the RFP process and tell our IT staff they have to get our current site at least up to snuff for the time being. That's what we pay them for. That's what their staff people here for. They haven't done it since '97. It's time that they spend the next 4 months doing something down there and cranking out a website that at least meets DOJ standards while we're out there going out on the taxpayers' dime to find the best option for them.
Come on,
And
David.
clearly, if our IT department can't handle it, then we have bigger issues and we need to have that discussion.
David, I don't believe that's appropriate comments with regards to the staff out there. They're not sitting around twiddling their thumbs.
Well, I
Alderman Baker.
I'm not, Dave, I'm not gonna, I don't even assume that our current IT people, with all the attrition and the fact that they may have been here for quite a while, and maybe they never had any training in this in the first place. We can't expect them to do it. So maybe what we've done is we've stalemated ourselves to the point where the city manager only has one choice: find anyone locally under 20,000 to bring us in compliance, and then put out an RFP. I mean, that's kind of where I see we've just ended up. Unless somebody's going to change their vote, like Ron said.
We have a motion on the floor. The amendment has been defeated. What's the pleasure of the council? Do you want to proceed with the motion in front of us?
We have to, unless somebody
Yes,
else does it.
go ahead.
Okay.
Proceed.
I'll call the question, and this is on the original motion, not to exceed 56,000. Roll call.
Jacobson?
No.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Lash?
No.
Snow?
Yes.
Naylor?
Yes.
Baker?
No.
O'Leary?
No.
Ray?
Yes. Defeated? Okay. What is the pleasure of council to direct staff at this point?
My original
Alderman Lash.
My original idea was to do some sort of Band-Aid, whether that's with our current staff, whether that's paying a couple thousand to have somebody do it, and do an RFP process.
I would second that.
Okay. So it's been moved to, are you asking the city manager to explore resources to get the current site compliant?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then also to do an RFP process for a full site redevelopment?
Yes.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Dean?
If the direction is that staff act within staff spending authority, we don't have an action item we have an action item relating to the website. This is related to that action item, but not exactly what was contemplated. I'm not certain that a council vote is necessary to proceed in the fashion that you're outlining, if it's the consensus of the council. If you feel that it is necessary to have that vote, then we would have to, for open meetings purposes, assume that this is closely
Yes.
enough related to the website action item that you have.
Isn't it modified, isn't it the original action item deemed without the specific vendor? And without the specific amount?
The action item that was listed was authorizing the specific agreement with Civic Plus.
Which was defeated.
Yes.
But the item on the agenda is the website redevelopment with Civic Plus.
Yeah, I want to make sure
So-
that we set some direction here. I mean, I
Right.
don't want to go out and spend $20,000 on a Band-Aid and then go out and get the same $44,000 quote and shoot ourselves in the foot here.
Right.
So, I mean, if we can do it cheaply, if we can do it in-house, or do it at a couple $1,000s, even a few $100s, which Chris and I are pretty convinced we can get it done for. I mean, again, I don't want to make this a process to create a higher amount later.
Okay. Alderman Baker.
Two things. McIntyre was a scheduled speaker. Maybe we could hear from him to get an idea on our guessing if it's just a few $100s. And I'd also like to hear from Civic Plus to see if they're going to waive the rush fee before they go back empty-handed.
Of course.
I mean, the city manager.
I'm going to ask that the representative from Civic Plus step to the microphone as far as he sought direction based upon Alderman Baker's question as far as reduction on the escalation clause. So I'd like to bring that information to light of the council and see if that changes the direction.
Sure. Thank you. I was able to have that escalation fee discounted by 50% in order to get started here on this project.
So what dollar amount are we then
55.
51,000.
Well, we'd be reducing by
11
$5,619 off the number. Is that right?
50,570.
50,000.
Is the new total.
I would estimate
Yep, I was right.
that when you look at the cost of, if we were to go out and, well, first of all, let me take a step back. I do not believe in-house staff has the ability to correct the deficiencies in the website, because I'm assuming if that had the ability, we would already done it at some point over the last 18 years. So therefore, if council decides that you want to go the route of the patch and then go in the RFP process, I would go the route of getting quotes from external vendors. And I think you're probably going to be, based on some preliminary discussions, anywhere from some vendors that are not going to be able to do it. You're in the thousands of dollars. You're not in the hundreds of dollars. You're going to be in excess of the escalation clause that Civic Plus is offering. So you're going to be, my guess is in excess of $5,000 to $10,000 plus. You're probably, we could easily be somewhere in the $10,000 plus or minus range. So the fact that, based on Alderman Baker's questions this evening, by them reducing that escalation clause in 50%, if you ultimately go the process of a Band-Aid first and then contracting it out, the total cost to the community may be in excess of what is currently before you tonight right now.
How does, since there was no winning side, how does anyone reconsider what we just voted? Or is this a new proposal that the mayor can then ask for a vote on?
Yeah,
There's a prevailing side that negative. It failed. So someone from the prevailing side needs to bring it back.
Is that the proper?
It failed.
Yes.
I've been up here 14 years. This is the first time this has happened. I thought we had to wait till another meeting.
You want to put a motion on the floor, Dave?
Yeah, I'd motion that we've negotiated the best deal possible, which was what I was hoping for from the start.
So not to exceed 50,570.
And have it completed on time to meet the Justice Department regulations. because I agree, I'm
Okay.
concerned it'll exceed.
Let me just clarify, are you wanting the city attorney to pursue an extended timeline?
No,
Okay.
no.
So June 11th.
June 11th with, you know, a new look for DeKalb, the best that we could ever have hoped for.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Roll call.
Did we do that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lash,
No.
Snow,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
No.
Jacobson,
No.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Moving to ordinance 2015-10, amending.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I talk about something before Mike Coughlin and Will Heinisch leave? It's going back to when you asked for comments, and I was looking at my notes, I didn't know what to say. Do I need to reconsider that to even talk about that for a moment, or can I just make a statement?
I think go ahead and make your statement.
Okay. When Attorney Coughlin was mentioning the housekeeping things that they'd like to see in there, and then Will Heinisch mentioned a number of items, I didn't hear any clear direction from the council, or maybe I can get an idea. I would like to see most, if not all, of those items basically incorporated before it comes back for the next reading. Did staff get any kind of flavor that they're going to go ahead and meet with them and try to clean up the last items that they mentioned? Because they're so minor compared to what you guys started out originally. I'd like to see a meeting of the minds so that we can get complete support from all our groups and members.
Dave, I appreciate your articulating that. It was my understanding that staff would pursue those items between first and second reading.
I was hoping to hear from Attorney Frieders because he's the one that has to do the work. I mean, was there anything in there that you saw was going to be a big problem that we're going to have to address so we don't keep having to have more meetings after this?
As staff, we act at the pleasure of the council. We have had many meetings with Focus, or many meetings, I should say, specifically with Mr. Coughlin and Mr. Heinisch. They have outlined their specific concerns with us. The ordinance that we presented this evening represents our staff recommendation. This was not the first time that we had heard the specific statements that they had made. We don't recommend including those comments in the ordinance, but again, we act at the direction of the council. Our concern is that many of the comments make the ordinance less clear and more challenging to enforce, more subjective. We have engaged in a significant amount of wordsmithing on issues that don't change the meaning or content of the ordinance. And I think collectively, we feel that the ordinance we put before you tonight represents the conclusion of changes that don't impact the content of the ordinance or how the ordinance works. So our recommendation would not be to adopt those changes, but again, we act at the direction of council.
Point of order,
that was what
point
I was,
of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of order, is this not
well, then
inappropriate at
I
this point in time? You can do it at the end
we
of
can
the
do it
meeting.
more formally. I'd like to
All right,
reconsider, and
bring it
we'll have
back at a
everybody
later
vote on the
time.
reconsideration.
I'd like to move on with the other items on the agenda. This was voted upon, and
Dave has
that's it.
moved to reconsider ordinance 2015-8. Is there a second?
But that's inappropriate.
Not at all.
It's not in the same meeting.
That's the same rules that everybody
Prevailing
else goes
side
by.
can
Ron.
request for.
I was
Yes,
in the
know, but
majority.
To me, it should be at the end of the agenda rather than in the middle of the agenda, 2 or 3 items later.
Let me ask for, I'll position it to come back to it at the end of the remaining 2 items in
Thank
G.
you.
But let's deal with the motion. Is there a second to reconsider ordinance 2015-8? Hearing none, dies for lack of a motion, or a second. Ordinance 2015-10, amending Chapter 51 Traffic, Schedule C Parking Prohibited, Echo Park Parking Restrictions. And this is before us in the second reading. City Manager Cora.
Sure, I'm going to turn this straight over to our city engineer, John Laskowski.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. As Mayor Ray had indicated, this is on second reading. The proposed parking restrictions are proposed for the Echo Park neighborhood, and the streets in that neighborhood are Aspen Court, Fotis, Hillcrest, Spiros, Pappas Drive, Regent, Echo Park, and Varsity Boulevard. At our last meeting, there were two questions raised, and they were both on Varsity Boulevard. I'm going to address one of them, and I'm going to ask Officer John Petrogallo to address the other. One of the questions raised was how many cars could be parked on the north side of Varsity Boulevard between Regent and Pappas Drive, and the answer to that question is 55 cars, and from Pappas Drive to Annie Glidden it would be 9 cars. And at this time, I'd introduce John Petrogallo to address the other concern on Varsity Boulevard.
Good evening. The concern that was brought forth last meeting mainly was regarding whether there is adequate parking for the residents of Varsity Boulevard. To vet this concern, I contacted Mason Properties and Varsity Square Apartments, which has the majority of the apartments on that street. I was advised by management that there is adequate parking in the private lots for the residents. Management did note that they frequently observe vacant parking spaces within their private lots. And lastly, in the current proposal, one side of Varsity will remain unrestricted, allowing for an additional over 55 spaces for the residents or their overnight guests. That being said, we feel confident that this proposal will still allow for adequate parking for residents and overnight guests. After observing the successes in the Edgebrook, Kimberly, and Greenbrier area following the added parking restrictions, we feel it very important to mirror those restrictions in an effort to improve public safety in the Echo Park neighborhood. Thank you.
John. Are there questions or discussion from council?
John.
Hearing none.
John.
Alderman Jacobson.
I'm stunned Monica didn't ask. I looked down to her. On the proposed map, or on the current map, you list Northern Court, or Northern Lane, I think that is, over in the bright yellow. That's not going to be affected here. Obviously, it shows now that it.
Correct.
And in the changes, there's no discussion that that's not going to open up for student parking all day long.
No.
That's just going to be left existing.
Exactly. That's not a part of this this ordinance proposal. The streets that are going to be affected are just going to be Varsity, Pappas, Spiros, Regent, Fotis, Echo Park, and all the cul-de-sacs in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
If I may, one other quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
You know, traditionally, Echo Park has been spelled ECO. Have we made a change?
No, on the map it has remained as Echo Park ECO. I acknowledge on the agenda item that the spelling's incorrect.
All right, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion, correct?
It's in the ordinance,
No?
ECO.
Is there a motion then? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Snow,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Lash,
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
8 ayes.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming it doesn't need an official amendment to fix the spelling of Echo Park.
No, that'll be
No,
addressed
that's
as a
just
Scribner's error.
Thank you.
Scribner's error. Ordinance 2015-12, amending Chapter 64 smoking regulations regarding retail tobacco stores and school setback. And this is before us in a second reading. City, where'd Anne Marie? City Attorney.
It is back before you on second reading. It does contemplate the 200-foot setback that council had previously contemplated, and it is presented for your consideration and approval.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved, about a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do we need roll call on this?
Yes, please.
Okay, roll call.
Naylor,
No.
Baker,
I'm seeing a bunch of nods. Okay, yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Fanouken.
Yes.
Lash,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
7-0.
Okay. Moving to new business, comprehensive parking regulation study, phase 2. City manager.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it straight over to City Engineer John Laskowski.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This is the phase 2 stage of the parking regulation study. It wasn't probably blatantly apparent to you that there was a phase 1. The phase 1 basically consisted of myself and Doug Eaton in the Information and Technology Department taking a closer look at the parking regulations comprehensively throughout the city of DeKalb. So what this parking study addresses is the motivation for this study, I should say, came from our analysis and seeing that the ordinance is a little cluttered right now and the organization could be better. In conjunction with that, we've also had several citizen requests over the past several months, including Garden Road, this Eco Park neighborhood parking regulations, Hickory Street, and the John Street neighborhood as well. So in an effort to kind of look at the parking regulations throughout the city comprehensively, we decided to start looking at every single parking regulation in the city one by one. So to give you a little background on the parking ordinance, it consists of 3 schedules. There's a Schedule C, E, and F. Schedule C is no parking anytime. Schedule E is limited parking. And Schedule F is limited parking in the business district. Now, I'm going to go through a little example of what we see when we're taking a look at the parking regulations citywide. So what you see up here is the intersection of North 4th Street and East Locust Street. This is the Tom Sparks building looking down at it. The cluster of lines that you see, the red, green, yellow, and blue line, all are representative of different parking regulations on this block. So the red line corresponds to the ordinance that says Locust Street north side between North 4th Street and a point 100 feet east of the east roadway line of North 4th Street. So based on that indication in the city ordinance, the red line is plotted. Similarly, the green line, the yellow line, and blue line are plotted in a similar fashion. Now, when we took a look at this, we recognize that there's an inconsistency in this regulation by looking at this map. If you look at the orange line, it indicates that there's no parking 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's redundant with the red line that's there indicating no parking. So this would be an example of where we could take action to correct the ordinance or modify the parking regulations. Similarly, if you note the blue line is overlapping all 3 of the other parking regulations, it's a 15-minute parking regulation between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. And it's clearly in conflict with the red line, which is no parking anytime, and the green line, which is 8 hours between 6 a.m. and 2 a.m. So this is kind of an example of the inconsistencies that we've been finding in the ordinance throughout the city. And so what we're proposing, the status of where we're at right now basically is we've identified the inconsistencies throughout the entire ordinance. We have formed a subcommittee of the Neighborhood Services Committee, and it's going to be meeting for the second time on this coming Thursday. And this committee is tasked with analyzing the existing parking regulations. So the next steps coming up are going to be this. I will summarize the findings of this Neighborhood Services Subcommittee, present them to the City Council by formulating the recommendations that we come up with, gather the council input and direction, and then present it in a form of outreach to the community in the neighborhoods that are impacted. So that's an update on the study. If you have any questions on the study or would like further updates, I'd entertain them now.
Alderman Jacobs.
If a resident has an issue or a question about something that they see that confuses them or doesn't seem to make sense, is it you they reach out and contact now that we've formed this subcommittee?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I encourage them to contact me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Naylor.
John, do you have a timeline that you're anticipating, and are you going to do this by segments of the city, or how?
We're still discussing that. Right now, we're kind of approaching it from a neighborhood by neighborhood standpoint. So right now, we're focusing on the College John neighborhood. We're going to try to put together some recommendations for that neighborhood at this next coming meeting. And then we still haven't decided if we're going to present it in a comprehensive manner all at once or in a neighborhood by neighborhood format to the city council.
Thank you.
Neighborhood by neighborhood, much easier to digest than going through the 66 pages.
Okay. Do we need a motion?
We're just bringing this to your attention.
Okay, thank you. Request for qualifications for engineering services?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Alderman Baker.
If you're going through the whole community, maybe you can work on garden. Because, I mean, it was a political decision to take and put so much yellow paint where there really could be parking. You probably had another, I'm going to guess, 30, 40 parking spots, and it'd be just fine.
And you're talking Garden Street between Lucinda and north to Hillcrest? Is that the
Absolutely.
segment? Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify.
As long as you're fixing everything, then we don't have to come back on that one all by itself. Thank you.
Okay. Request for qualifications?
This item, once again, I'll turn straight over to City Engineer John Laskowski.
The engineering department had anticipated that there are going to be several projects upcoming in the next 3 years. As a result, we decided to put forward a request for qualifications for engineering services in anticipation of all these projects coming up. It doesn't necessarily mean that all these projects have funding allocated to them or that we're going to necessarily go forward with all the projects. And it doesn't even indicate that staff doesn't have the capability to accomplish the projects in-house. However, what this document does is provide us with flexibility and efficiency within the department to provide the city with the engineering services that it needs. So I plan on going through a qualifications-based selection process. This would be the first step in that process, issuing the RFQ. So the RFQ is distributed to engineering firms in the region. Their response to our RFQ is then evaluated, and the top 3 firms on each of the projects that we have will be identified. Once we identify these 3 firms, if the project goes forward, we'll present these 3 firms to the City Council and request for approval of that RFP. If we approve that RFP, then what will happen is we'll send those RFPs out to those 3 qualified firms. They'll respond to staff with these RFPs. Staff will evaluate those RFPs and then enter into negotiations in the scope of the project as well as the cost of those services. So the next action that the City Council would see is a presentation of the scope that the project covers as well as the cost of the project. And at that time, the City Council would have the ability to either approve the project in the staff recommendation or indicate to staff that they would prefer that we go back and renegotiate the scope and the cost of these services. So what I'm requesting for at this time is approval of the first step of the qualifications-based selection process, which is issuing this RFQ for these projects out to qualified engineering firms.
I would so move.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Alderman Jacobson.
Why would we do this rather than continue the current RFP process by project?
Well, it saves us time in the sense that if we would have all of these RFQs available to us based on the project. So we'd already have our short list of 3 firms that we're using for the RFP. With this strict RFP process, we wouldn't have that. We'd be sending them out again to multiple firms and having it come back and say 6 firms respond. We'd have
That's the intent of an RFP, to get 6 or 7 firms to get the best price. Why would we then limit it up to 3 that are aware of who each other are? So A, they can either collude, or B, they can be the qualified firms at the top of the heap and know that they don't have to really offer. They know what each other bids. They're all in the industry. Why would we risk that it would cost the citizens more to create a preferred list?
The budget would still be in effect, whereas whatever our set budget number would be, we would negotiate beneath that budget line. So it would be one of those things if I presented the proposal that we received and the council didn't like it, we can have the option of dismissing that and renegotiating again with the next candidate. So,
Until they come and say, hey, we're at a deadline and we must do this in 30 days, and otherwise we don't get this project.
right. Well, that's the purpose of this proposal, is because we do have we have until December 31st of 2017. So this is really anticipating all these projects.
Alderman Naylor.
Start sending the RFPs out now.
Yes, I just wanted to comment, I compliment John on bringing this forth, because this is a very typical process that many communities and counties out there, governmental organizations utilize. It's just like us at the airport, go through that process once every 5 years to select a consultant that's going to be your consultant for that time period, for that particular type of work. And you will have a minimum of 3 quotes from the qualified firms. And to keep in mind, when you select professional services, you select it based upon their qualifications and not necessarily on price. However, I know some people around here, that's the only thing that they talk about and think about is the bottom line of the price, and that's not always the best product that you get out there in the end. But I compliment John for doing this, because it will be a significant time saver to be able to turn around some of these projects and be able to turn around the engineering services that are needed for that. You don't have to go out each and every time you have a single project out there to do. You contact these 3 firms that you have already pre-selected as the most qualified for the work, and it's for a time period of 3 years, which goes by very fast. And instead of spending 2-3 months every time you want to go out for a project and go through this process, just think of the amount of time, the staff time that it costs, as well as the cost to the consultant to submit all of this information that adds to your overhead on a consultant firm on it. So I think it's a very smart move, and I would strongly recommend it.
City Manager, could you speak to how this positions the city to do earlier RFPs for projects?
Yes, I think first of all, it addresses by pre-qualifying engineering firms that are qualified to do the work. What we talked about earlier today is one of the things we're trying to do is get ahead of the curve as far as capital projects. And Engineer Laskowski and I have talked about this, and we're going to go more in depth in the budget process as we roll this out in April and May. But I think we're going to be able to tie the budget process in with these projects, be able to try to get an advanced jump on capital projects, not so much this year, but by next year, of going out to bid earlier in the time frame. I think this is critical for City Engineer Laskowski, is this gives him the tools to be more successful in streamlining. The only thing I would add to the council is that I defer to Alderman Naylor. He is the resident expert on the council, and he has specialized his career in engineering. So I would look towards him, where he's going to know what is the standard practice. But I think this is going to benefit the city long term, because if you look at the amount of work that is going in on the front end, there's 17 different particular projects. We would do a request for qualification, very detailed, where Engineer Laskowski is going to look at all these firms. This could, I'm not even sure how many interviews this could end up entailing, but then you would then be able to pre-qualify and have the experts in those particular areas. So you're going to have the benefit of who are the most qualified engineering firms for those particular topics. So when that project's ready to go forward, then Engineer Laskowski is going to go out for a request for proposal from those pre-qualified firms, bring those proposals back to the council, ultimately for your authorization.
Thank you. Discussion. Alderman Lash.
What I heard Alderman Naylor talk about was consulting services, though, not necessarily engineering services. And I can see this working very, very well for something like consulting services. But for something like engineering, I tend to agree with Alderman Jacobson that we want as many bids as we can get. Engineering, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but engineering, when you put out for an RFP, wouldn't you, specify we want it done to these specifications with these materials? How much would you charge to do that? As opposed to consulting, where we want you to give us advice on this. Do you see what I'm getting at there?
I guess I think what the RFQ process does is it casts that wide net initially. So instead of getting 30 RFPs, I'm getting 30 firms now giving me their qualifications, and it allows me to evaluate their qualifications with some time in advance of the project to thoroughly consider the qualifications of each firm. And then based on those qualifications, it allows me to create that short list that I'll be confident in is going to provide the best engineering services for the city. Now, of course, once it gets to the interview process, it gets even more thorough and more particular because it thoroughly goes over those details. So I'll have each of those 3 firms in a room interviewing them and taking them to task on exactly how they're going to get the project done and how they're going to get it done for us under budget.
The other concern that I do have with this is we're assuming that with all of these projects, we're going to get 3 people who want to do them. And in the past, we have often had projects that we only get 1 or 2 bidders. And we want more, but we're only getting 1 or 2. And so what happens if there's a project that your RFQ, only 1 person responds? Do we then automatically go with them and when we do the project in 2 years?
Sure. I think that's a good point because I'm so far in advance with this RFQ that I'm going to know that ahead of time that I only have 1 firm that's going to bid on the particular services. So I'll be able to either go out for another RFQ or identify more firms and extend the timeline that they can respond. I think there's a differentiation between construction projects, the actual construction of them, and the services used to design the project. So you're right. In the past, we have had street maintenance projects where we only have 1 contractor bid, and that could be having to do with the fact that there's a asphalt plant in DeKalb, and makes it very hard for other outside firms to compete with that.
Mm-hmm.
Engineering services, I've never experienced having only 1 firm. It is possible, but there's at least 2 or 3 right in town that are probably qualified to bid on the majority of the projects. The ones that might concern me would be the structural engineering project, but I've already been in contact with several firms in the area that indicate they do have structural engineers
So this
available.
might be my misunderstanding then. We are actually talking about consulting services here and not the actual doing of the project.
This is consulting engineering services. It's one and the
Okay.
same. So it's be the professional services that are being offered. The actual construction would be performed by a contractor, and I would wholeheartedly agree with you. We want as many possible bidders on construction projects as possible so we can get the lowest, most competitive price.
So this RFQ is for the consulting, the design?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Further discussion? I'll call the question. Roll call.
Baker,
Yes.
O'Leary,
Yes.
Jacobson.
No.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Lash,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Naylor,
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Reports and communications. I'd like to initially thank the Streets Division for the snow removal effort that's gone on the past week and a half, 2 weeks. Excellent job. You have received a lot of compliments. An individual that lives west of Rochelle tells me driving every day, DeKalb is one of the best conditions they've come through. So pass the compliment on. Employees, City Manager Gora had Laura Stott host or put together a hosting of a meet and greet this past Thursday of city employees. It was very well received. New employees over the past year, was it, Anne-Marie, that
Yes.
were self-introductions and then around the room with introductions of employees that normally don't see each other on a day-to-day basis, so well done. Alderman Jacobson.
No report.
Alderman Fanouken.
I too would like to join in not just thanking, but congratulating Public Works on a great job on snow removal. Considering that we had 15.9 inches of snow and the streets were always passable and by Monday relatively clean, so thank you.
Alderwoman Lash.
Thank you. just because Alderman O'Leary brought this up earlier, I would like to point out that one of the things that I was trying to do with the gender neutral issue was not just our titles, but the ordinance changes. And we couldn't get anything past he/she because I couldn't get it through to people that there are more than two genders. And so I was very pleasantly surprised in looking through the building ordinances. And in all those pages that we've been arguing over for months, there is not one pronoun in there. It is completely gender neutral, and that was exactly what I was talking about when I was trying to bring up those changes. So thank you, Anne-Marie and Dean, for doing that. And whenever gender neutral ordinance changes comes up, if it does again, that's what I was talking about.
Thank you. Alderman Snow.
No report.
Alderman Naylor.
Just to echo the thanks to Public Works as well as police fire out there for all their services during the past week or so and all the snowstorms and what have you. I had the opportunity about 10 o'clock at night to meet down in my neighborhood a snowplow driver who is the Assistant Director of Public Works for the street division out there. He and himself out there plowing late at night after probably spending up 24 hours, asking him why he's out there driving. And he says, well, because I have more plows than I have drivers. And I wanted to support the rest of the crew that had been working long hours out there on it. And so I compliment Mark for his initiative. But I also did remind of the severe personnel cuts that we instituted there, 5-6 years or so ago. And I think that's something that probably have to come back to you here in the near future, is to look at are we adequately staffed in some of these areas out there to hopefully offset some of that overtime, as well as some of those other people having to jump in there and do work that they're not technically supposed to be doing out there. Another item is the snows, the great snows, and particularly a big one like the one we had, bring out both the good and the bad throughout our neighborhoods. And I have to say my observation has been about 99.9% on the good, but there's always still that 1/10 or maybe 1% of the not so good out there, particularly when it comes time to shoveling sidewalks and clearing sidewalks, and particularly in the extent and the amount that we had in the recent weeks here. And also, which brings to discussion, I think should be put on maybe a committee of the whole at one of our next or in the future meetings, a discussion about that issue and our ordinances and our designated snow routes that we have out there, because again, we have many designated snow routes that probably were implemented, and probably the last time they were looked at was maybe 25 years or better ago. In my conversations that I had with Carl Leone here in the recent weeks regarding this initiative and the amount of time that they have to spend, or they are spending, as well as what past code enforcement people did, spending time reminding routinely, annually, certain properties out there that it's necessary for you to remove your snow from the sidewalk within 48 hours of the snow, et cetera. And Carl indicated to me as of the other day, they had issued over 150 or 160 citations, something like that. And likewise, it's my experience in my own neighborhood, some of which I get called in on, many of them basically, as well as the ones I observe, are not necessarily new ones. They're pretty much the habitual ones, or the folks that accidentally forget to make arrangements while they're in Florida or they're gone from the area for a long period of time on it, or the rental properties that are occupied by people that basically don't experience, I guess, snow or really have that much desire to cover the snow. But I have a section of sidewalk on West Taylor Street between Leonard Avenue and Glidden Avenue that was brought to my attention by a neighbor there, which is on one of our snow routes, sidewalk snow routes. Taylor Street extends all the way from Glidden Road to over to Maplewood, which is on the east side of town. as a designated snow route, pedestrian snow route. And some of these snow routes we plow because the curb and the sidewalk is immediately behind the curb, and we bury the sidewalk when the snowplows go through. And that was an issue brought when I was here as Public Works Director, probably 25 years or better ago, trying different methods not to cover that sidewalk, but ultimately it was decided and given up that there was no way that the street department could plow snow and not get snow on those sidewalks. So that's when the contractual sidewalk snow plowing program started. And we have designated many streets out there at that time that were so-called on the pedestrian routes and were to be plowed at the city's expense, in a sense, such as Sycamore Road, First Street, Lincoln Highway from one end of the city to the other end of the city. And I think we need to go back and look at some of those streets and some of those areas and possibly maybe even add some sections to it. But my one instance down here is the families or whoever owns the property on the north side. I would have to admit that that would be a real challenge to keep that sidewalk clear and shoveled. However, I must also admit there are many other people throughout the city that do shovel an awful lot of snow. But it's something that I would think in the end, if we were to go back and look at our ordinances there along, similar to what we're doing with the streets and the parking out there, that we could maybe affect a little better approach and process and maybe even reduce some of our cost out there. But most likely would probably add to our cost to assist the residents, and particularly in this area, it's a school area, it's a school crossing area, and the kids, you see the kids walking in the streets or the adults walking in the streets in this particular area. And I had asked Carl to maybe take a look at that with staff as whether or not they could at least in the interim accommodate that one block, or basically it's a couple blocks along one block, I guess it would be, to clear that sidewalk of snow so that pedestrians can use it again, or work with the residents to try and get them to plow it. But I think also our overall snow removal ordinance dealing with sidewalks needs to be beefed up. And I think I've mentioned in the past, likewise, that I don't think there should be basically any exceptions. It's unfair to everybody out there that, like 99% of the people in the neighborhood shovel their sidewalk, and then there's one person that never shovels it, and he just sort of challenges out there on it. And it's not maybe because they have a financial problem or otherwise. It's just that they don't do it. And unless the city comes along, they will only do it after then. And then at that time, it's generally 7 to 10 days later, just like it is now. The snow is all packed down. You can't go out and move it, and so they scrape off the top, but you still have a crummy snow-covered sidewalk instead of the nice bare sidewalks that are basically out there now at this time. So I think that's a whole section that I'd like to, if I had some support from the colleagues here, to put on one of our committee of the whole agendas in the future and have staff come back and tell us some of that as to what possibly we might be able to do.
Duly noted. Alderman Baker.
Thank you.
Maybe when they're writing those tickets, they could just shovel it. Maybe take about the same time. No report.
No report.
Okay. City Manager, Gordon.
No report other than I recommend that we not go into executive session tonight and we forego it and have it at the next meeting.
Okay. City Attorney.
Just wanted to briefly note, on the consent agenda, the ordinance approving the grant of easement and release of deed restrictions for McDonald's. The background work on that and review of some 45 years of city records was done by one of our NIU interns, Mr. Nick Atwood. The memo is his work product, and it was some fantastic research that resulted in the product brought to you this evening.
Thank you. City Clerk.
No report.
Assistant City Manager.
No report.
Chief Lowry.
No report.
Director Haley, Chief Hicks, Ellen, Director Moore.
Very briefly, thank you for all your kind words about the snow removal. We really appreciate it. That ranked as the 4th highest single snowfall since they've been keeping records in DeKalb, which was unfathomable to me. However, I would like to stress to everybody that if you have somebody that has concerns about the snow plowing or how it was handled or how their block was handled or how maybe they think that they may have had one condition in their right-of-way and a neighbor may have had another, tell them to call us. We would love to talk to them about it for a couple of reasons. One, it may be that we need to explain to them how it works so that they do have a better understanding of how it'll work in the future. The other thing is you could have an incident where something didn't go the way that it was supposed to, and we aren't aware of it until they say something. So it could be either of those or something else entirely, but please encourage them. Don't just stew on it. Don't just sit there and say, those jerks at the city are doing this or that. Maybe we can explain it and they'll understand it. Maybe we can fix it if it's something that needs to be fixed. But we can't do either until we know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carried.
Get it out.
Thank you. I made up for it.